Good evening. Welcome to the February 19th, 2026 meeting of the Mount Juliet Municipal and Regional Planning Commission meeting. It's good, as always, to see a full house here with us tonight. I will go ahead as we begin our meeting tonight. I apologize for those. I'm sure many of you all were here for our January meeting. Came to the door only to see the notification that we were not able to establish quorum. So at the same time there, we have our responsibilities here. So I would like to, for any of those that did take the time to show up, attend the January meeting, only to find out that we did have to cancel our meeting in lieu of a quorum. My sincerest apologies. Thank you for being involved. Thank you for continuing to follow the project. If you're here for something that was January and that is now February, we're grateful for your presence. Look forward to hearing your feedback, comments, and concerns as the meeting does progress. So I just wanted to make a quick comment for that as we begin our February meeting here. Do like to announce as we begin our quorum requirements. It reads as such. It says the presence of 5 members of the commission shall constitute a quorum for the transaction of business. Chairperson may, at his or her discretion, wait up to 30 minutes after the scheduled meeting time for a quorum to be present. In the event that a member is required to leave a meeting prior to adjournment and the departure causes a loss of quorum, no further official action may be taken until a quorum is restored, other than an adjournment. A majority vote of those commissioners present, and in no case less than 4 affirmative votes, shall be required to decide any item of business requiring action by the commission. So do like to announce those, especially if it's your first time attending one of our planning commission meetings. With that being said, we will move on. Our first item of business is to set our agenda. Not aware of any changes or amendments this evening. Seeing none, we will set our agenda as stated and as published. Moving on to our next item of business, we'll begin with our staff reports. Mr. John Flanning.
I have nothing to say, which is probably a good thing. It means all is normal. Good to see everybody. It's been a while.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Shane, anything from Public Works? You guys just a few weeks removed from probably a tall task over there at Public Works.
Yeah, first I want to give a shout out to those guys, every single one of them. They kept the city operational through that ice storm under the direction of Matt White and Tim Porkham helping out as well. I'd like to find somebody else in America as good as those guys because they're the best and they deserve it. They don't like to be talked about, but I want to praise on them a lot because they are truly the best group of guys that anybody can be working around, and the dedication they have to this city is second to none. One project I do want to talk about that they'll be opening bids on tomorrow is Lebanon Dirt Road widening. It's a big project, been years in the making, and I know Director Barlow was working on it when I first got to the city, and now that Matt's carrying it through, so it's the realizing of a big deal that's going to happen. I know it's going to probably cause a lot of heartache and pain, but in the interim, but it's going to be something that the city needs, and
Sure.
they'll be opening bids tomorrow on that. That's all I've got for tonight. Thank you.
Yes, sir. That is great. And I guess all of the Public Works staff, the reward for getting the ice and the roads cleared is now onto the chippers and tree pickup and removal and debris and get it off the roads and everything else. So it's been the gift that keeps on giving for many of us out there. And grateful to be in a city that jumps on it like that. I'm one of those that was on Middle Tennessee Electric, so we're certainly grateful to be at Middle Tennessee Electric. I know both NES and Middle Tennessee Electric both services us out there, and it was kind of eye opening and planning during the time. But also a good time where you saw a lot of neighbors and continue to see a lot of neighbors working together. And I think that's one of the best things. Reminds me kind of the tornado period that we went through, where everybody just kind of finds a way to lend a hand. And if you're out there with a chainsaw in your front yard, it's funny how you got so many neighbors that'll continue to come and show up to you and, hey, can I help you, or can I bring you something, or what can I do? And that's a spirit that to me signifies being in Mount Juliet. All right. Our next item up will be our citizen comments. At this time, we will take citizen comments. The public is welcome and encouraged to make public comment about any item on our agenda. There will be 2 opportunities for comments. You may speak now or you may speak when the item is presented to the Planning Commission. We do ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. So before we come up for the citizen comments, we do want to make mention of the or right there. If you're here to speak in regards to an item, the or means either right now at this opportunity or when the item specifically gets tabled for discussion here at planning. I will call for citizen comments in regards to that item specifically. So it's either now or then. Either one is fantastic by us here. If you're up here speaking, especially with a full house, we do like to kind of try to stick as close as I can to those 3-minute comments. If as you're up here speaking, if you see me kind of just wave my hand like this, I'm waving to say hi, but more or less I'm waving to you to you're about 1 minute left. And so if you see me kind of raise my hand as you're speaking up there, that is kind of the cue to kind of get your 60-second summary, gather your facts, your information, continue to speak there. I hate to use the gavel to stop people from speaking, but we do want to make sure we allot time for anybody and everybody that chooses to speak to allow them the same opportunity to do so. So if you see me waving at you, it is a hello, but it's also a cue to kind of summarize for the final minute. So with that being said, any citizens wishing to make comment at this time are welcome to encourage you to do so. And please come to the microphone and state your name and address for the record. Seeing no citizen comments at this time, we'll move forward to our first item on our agenda. Our first item on our agenda is at 5A. It's to review the minutes from the December 18th, 2025 Mount Juliet Planning Commission meeting. Any amendments, changes, typos, adjustments? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion in regards to this item on our agenda. It's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? So approved. All right. Next item up on our agenda is our consent agenda. Please bear with me. We do have a large one here this evening. First item up is item 6A. It's development letter of credit number 423-879-800 for Canvas at Mount Juliet, Park Glen, phase 7 through 9 in the amount of $348,536.61 can be released. Item 6B, review the final plat for Cedar Creek Estates located at 1030 Nonneville Road. Item 6C, review the final plat for the proposed restaurant located at 1209 Rutland Drive. Item 6D, review the final plat for McFarland Farms Phase 1C located off Old Lebanon Dirt Road and Cedar Drive. Item 6E, review the final plat for Legacy Point at Golden Bear, lots 13 and 14, located at 205 Bear Crossing. Item 6F, review the site plan for the Joy Church Hope Center, located at 10085 Lebanon Road. Item 6G, review the site plan for the Linwood Station Amenity Center, located at 10 Lee Avenue. Item 6H, review the final plat for Villages of Green Hill, located at 13206 Lebanon Road. Item 6I, review the final plat for Bradshaw Farms, Phase 3A, located off Viverett Lane. Item 6J, review the final plat for Griffiths Creekside Estates, located off West Division Street. And item 6K, review the final plat for Tomlinson Point, Phase 6, located at 9434 Lebanon Road. Begin with staff comments. Mr. John, anything from planning?
Nothing other than what you'll find in the conditions.
Wonderful. Thank you. Shane, anything from Public Works?
We recommend approval with our comments.
Very well. Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from the commission? Commissioner Bowman?
Two hopefully real quick things. On 6E, I couldn't get the blueprint to match up with what was put in the memorandum. I'm seeing like lots 10, 11, and this is talking about lots 12, 13, 14. I wasn't sure if the blueprint itself was wrong or if I'm just interpreting it wrong. Probably a formality, but
Good catch.
We might have to defer this because this is the wrong. We had two Legacy Point plats, one being a staff review one, which is lot 10. And this one that is in your packet is,
Yeah,
right report, but the plat that is associated with it is not correct.
Would that be,
I'll look.
John, let me ask you this right here. Would that be something that you guys, if we
Look now.
just pushed it to the back of our agenda at this moment, that you could possibly get us copies to review up here? Because I'm assuming that your comments are towards 13 and 14, but we just need to review the plat, that you could possibly get us some copies.
Also,
Burnett?
if this was a plat from last meeting, the 60 days will pass, so the commission needs to take action.
We need to take action on it. Very well.
Yes. Yeah.
So let's do that.
The wrong plat ended up in the packet because there was two Legacy Point plats. One was staff review. There was only one lot.
Let me poll the commission at this point in time. Would there be any objection to us moving item 6E to the back of our agenda to follow item 13B in order to get us the correct plat to review? See no objection to that. We will move item 6E off of the consent agenda and to the back of the agenda to be heard after item 13B. Good catch.
The only other probably very minor thing that I had was on 6J. I saw within the history, there were a lot of blanks on dates and approvals and whatnot, and that seemed pertinent, but maybe it isn't.
We'll look here for those dates. I think they were added. I don't know why. Maybe move this one off to the back. too.
Move that one to the back as well?
We'll get those dates.
Any
Uh,
6J,
6J, it just had.
any, please, let's go ahead and,
I
Please.
think this is the one I was wondering, in which direction is the front of of these homes facing West Division?
They are. I think it's alleyway, right? Behind it. When you
What one
approach
was it again?
the Griffiths Creek side estates.
Those are alley road, yes. They front division. And we're- yeah,
And then the back is,
the back is, they have the access easement.
so there's no street or anything in front of that.
Everything that's in the development private road, those active alley. Road is in development.
So the owners will take care of the roads as a private area.
That's right.
paper. With that being said, let me poll the commission. Any issues from the commission with moving item 6J would be moved to the back of our agenda. Now it would immediately follow item 6E. See no objection to that. We'll move item 6J to the back of our agenda. It will immediately follow item 6E. Very well.
And I have one more question concerning the villages of Green Hill, located off of Lebanon Road and is that South Mount Juliet Road?
That's Green Hill.
Green Hill Road, South Green Hill Road, not Lebanon Road. So it says, I'm looking at the plat. I just want to verify that this is correct. That section 1, lot 1 rather, is in the middle of that. That's the commercial area? No?
area.
The
Lot
1 is
2
residential.
is the commercial area fronting
Okay.
Lebanon Road.
Okay. Did it say? Did I put that next? Okay, so it says lot one will be for commercial use.
It is split.
Yeah. And I was thinking that can't be right. That's right next to my neighbor. So lot one is the commercial use. No.
No.
Okay, so we're going to change that wording rather.
Did you-
And then lot two is the resident, is the commercial.
Tyler, did you capture that? Okay. So it's an error on the plat, is that correct?
In the.
Oh, and no, an error in our comment, in our staff
In the-
comments?
yes.
Okay, very well,
Analysis area.
very well. Further questions or comments? Seeing none at this time, let me go ahead and open the floor up to citizen comments. Any citizen wishing to make comment about any item on our consent agenda is welcome to encourage you to do so. Please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Seeing no citizen comments at this time, do need to close the planning commission meeting in order to open a public hearing. Public hearing is in regards to items 6B, 6C, 6D, 6E, 6H, 6I, 6J, and 6K, which 6B reads as review the final plat for Cedar Creek Estates located at 1030 Nottable Road. Item 6C is review the final plat for the proposed restaurant located at 1209 Rutland Drive. Item 6D is to review the final plat for McFarland Farms Phase 1C located off Old Lebanon Dirt Road in Cedar Drive. Item 6E is to review the final plat for Legacy Point at Golden Bear Lots 13 and 14 located, take that one to the end. That will be at the end of our agenda. Item 6H, which is to review the final plat for Villages of Green Hill located at 13206 Lebanon Road. Item 6I, review the final plat for Bradshaw Farms, Phase 3A, located off Viverett Road. Item 6K is to review the final plat for Thomason Point, Phase 6, located at 9434 Lebanon Road. Anyone wishing to make comment about any of those items during the public hearing is welcome to encourage you to do so. Please come to the microphone, name and address for the record. Seeing no citizen comments at this time, we'll close our public hearing and reopen our planning commission meeting, and at which time I am looking for a motion in regards to the items on the consent agenda. Got a motion and a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? So approved. Next item up on our agenda falls underneath a PUD amendment is item 7A, which is a recommendation item back to the Board of Commissioners. It's to review the PUD amendment to Golden Bear Place for Wawa, located at Lot 2 of Golden Bear Place off Golden Bear Parkway. John, planning.
Sure thing. Wawa convenience store and gas station. It's in the, obviously, the Golden Bear Place PUD. What they're asking for here is three items. One of them is alternate materials in lieu of masonry on the gas canopy, something that we see frequently as a practical hardship, putting masonry on a canopy. Staff supports it with the caveat that there be some masonry component on the columns. And I suggested in here maybe 25% up from the ground. Just dress it up a little bit. The other two are supplemental regulation waivers for convenience uses. These are ones that we see frequently with filling stations like this. And it's CRC zoning in this PUD. It's near a commercial interchange. And the reason it was a CRC based zoning in that Golden Bear PUD escapes me for the moment, but the land use here would have been CI, commercial interchange. And I bring that up because if it were to be zoned CI, it would be permitted by right to have the 8 pumps with the relationship with it being close to the interstate there. So what they're asking for is in lieu of the 8 pumps, or in lieu of 4 pumps, the code requires, it'd be 8 pumps with 2 handles apiece for 16 fueling stations or spots. And staff supports that in this vicinity for sure. And then the other one is increase the gross floor area of the store, supplemental regs for convenience stores, cap them at 5,000 square feet. They're asking for 6,500 square feet. For reference, 7-Eleven down the road has 11 pumps and 22 spot pump or handles. And staff supports that request as well, all 3 of them, with the caveat of some masonry, maybe 25% of the bottom part of the column for the canopy with stone or something that looks nice.
Very well.
And
Thank you.
That's the extent of the request. So staff recommends positive recommendation.
Very well. Shane, do you have anything from Public Works on this one?
No, sir.
Very well. Questions or comments from the commission? Commissioner Bowman, please.
That this has come back before us again, and it has that, I know it's somewhat aside from this, but it has that left hand in. Was that the VOC thing, or, because I know we had shot that down the first time and it's back?
Consent at VOC.
Yep.
Both first and second reading.
All right, thank you.
Perfect. Any additional questions, comments? Seeing none at this time, let's go ahead and call for citizen comments. Anyone wishing to make comment in regards to this item on the agenda, welcome and encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone and name and address for the record. See no citizen comments this time. Looking for a recommendation in regards to this item on our agenda. Some motion for a positive recommendation and a second. It's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? So approved. Next item up on our agenda falls underneath the preliminary master development plan. This is a recommendation item back to the Board of Commissioners as well. It's to review the preliminary master development plan PUD, including a rezone from RS40 to RS20 PUD for the Keel subdivision located at 115 Oakmont Drive. Start with planning on this. Ms. Jill.
Hello, this is a plan that you all had seen previously, I believe, in November, December, back of last year. Not much has changed from the previous iteration that you all had received. This proposal is still for a 15 single lot subdivision with RS20 PUD zoning. The rezone request is compliant with the city's land use regulations. The overall density is still at 1.33 units per acre, and it's well below the maximum permitted of 2.2 units per acre. So the density is definitely less than what they are allowed. The average lot size is 22,000 square foot with a minimum lot size of approximately 11,000 square foot. The applicant has met all the requirements of the preliminary master development plan checklist that is required by the planning department. One of the concerns that was addressed previously was over the cemetery. This applicant has gone and met with the Tennessee Historical Commission. They've even had a representative of the state come out on site and walked this entire property with the applicant to determine if there are in fact any graves. They've done a lot of research, deed research, trying to find previous heirs to any of the potential people that are buried in that subdivision. They could not find any markers, any gravestones, any indication that anybody is buried there amidst very deep research done with this cemetery. They have given several provisions of which by a adjoining property owner could maintain the cemetery, but there are some very strict provisions within that. You can't just outright take over a cemetery because it's not allotted to you. It's under deed restriction. So in lieu of being able to find heirs, which they've not been able to find any yet, one of the provisions that they could maintain the cemetery or take over the maintenance of it is to allow a Boy Scout troop to do it. There are some provisions under TCA. Also to it can be deemed a nuisance by the city and county. And then therefore a adjacent property owner can take over the maintenance, but there are still very strict regulations by which that can be done. So, in saying that, we do have all the information provided to us that we can lay out as part of the provisions or conditions of approval with this as to how this cemetery can be maintained. The applicant has stated that they are willing to do whatever the commission would like as far as the maintenance of this. They express interest in taking care of it. I know this has been a very vital topic with the community there on Oakmont. It's very important to them, rightfully so. So we want to make sure this cemetery is done right by. Whether or not we can find the heirs, we still want to make sure it's maintained and given the grace and respect that it deserves. Also, too, they did get rid of one of the lots because that had been a concern of the commission as well, that there was too many lots within the subdivision. Another requirement, too, that we've not seen yet is they do have to have 10% improved open space, and it does not appear that they have met that at this time. So that is another condition of approval that we would like to add back into there, that they do meet that 10% required open space. So, but at this time, everything else is pretty much the same. Nothing has changed with the density, really, the lot sizes or anything at this time. But other than that, the cemetery and open space seem to be the major concerns at this point.
Shane, Public Works?
Just to recap, as it came in December, the sewer availability has to be requested, and there are two options for this site to be served with sewer. Staff recommends that the gravity sewer option be utilized going north through Oak Hall to connect. And I've caveated my comment number B that if there are any topographical restrictions on the site, that they then go with grinders. We just want to cut down on maintenance for the future with our sewer department. So try to go gravity as much as we can. And then note number 10, we did include a disclaimer on floodplain if any lots are included within the floodplain lot, which I believe they did correct that. We just wanted to be transparent with the staff report to show that FEMA approval will be required if you've got any building envelopes within the floodplain. With that, I'll hand it over to Todd for a recap on the roads.
Todd, please.
This subdivision asking for a few waivers, pretty common ones, specifically related to cul-de-sacs. The existing Oakmont includes 15 lots. You're allowed in our subdivision regulations 25 on the cul-de-sac now. They are proposing 16, which obviously puts them over 25. The Oakmont's already non-compliant for length, and they are asking to extend it further. I believe the exact lengths are on the cover sheet. Yeah, they're looking to go from about 1,600 feet to about 2,400 feet. To mitigate that request, staff asked that they provide a temporary stub to the Martin property to the south in case that were to develop. It was the largest tract of land to get to Card Road to provide 2 points of entry to Oakmont. But I think there was some discussion at the last meeting about that. I can't remember which way that went. This development did not have to submit a traffic impact study because they generated fewer trips than the threshold required. They did prepare a safety study evaluating Oakmont at northbound Juliet Road, including a site distance analysis using TDOT standard that site distance is compliant at that intersection.
Thank you, guys. Open it up, questions, comments from the commission? Commissioner Franklin?
Well, yeah, on the improved open space, since we're so all over the map, so to speak, when it comes to amenity packages, I mean, everything from trails to swing sets to, I mean, can we really approve this just essentially saying you got to have some and not name what it is? I mean, I guess just a question. I mean, I don't know how we can just generally say that's a condition when, history of this board has been pretty, like I say, all over the place.
Approval and have it required by FMDP. You know, have them suss it out with staff to see what kind of improved open space they're willing to provide. And then that way it can be a determination made once it comes to FMDP. And then that way y'all can vote it up or vote it down at that time.
Well, I guess the only question I'd have on that is the preliminary master development plan has to have sufficient information to disclose. I mean, we will have to decide on the final master development plan whether it's in substantial compliance, and we won't have anything from which to compare to. There won't be any way to make a determination at that point whether or not it's I guess my question is, I mean, I would feel more comfortable if I knew what it was. I mean, I'm not trying to build a 3-story swimming pool over here. It's a very small planned unit development. Whether it's a walking trail or a bike ride, I mean, I don't know, whatever they want to propose. But I mean, I think we're going to have to hold them accountable when they come in here on final. And I don't see how we can do it if we don't have anything to hold them to.
And I definitely would recommend you could ask representation to see
Okay.
what they're willing to provide and put it in the conditions of approval tonight. And then if it's something such as walking trails or, you know, playground amenities or whatever, if it's something that can be more honed in on, but at least we have, as you said, the general basis of what is being proposed and if y'all are willing to accept it or not.
Okay.
Is it standards 10%?
Yes, sir.
That would be like all of lot 101. That's a significant amount. This would change in its entirety.
Yeah.
With 10% of this being improved space.
Yeah, within the PUD, it is a condition of improved open space.
Defined it as
Yeah.
necessary and appropriate for the benefit and enjoyment of the occupants of such development. That's what the code offers.
I noticed that in these letters from residents that they had called out that home in lot 101 is appearing to be unused. Maybe that is a good location for that 10% improved space. But again, don't know what the story is with that. So.
Commissioner Giles?
I think representation can maybe explain what they're going to do with that house.
Yeah.
But I was going to tell you, if the board, if you haven't read that letter from that guy about the law, it was really enlightening to see that. Jill, it was really something because that was something I didn't know. So if I had talked to the attorney, we sure can hold somebody accountable to do something against the law. So there's some options in there that Jill read about and that kind of thing. I also want to say that this development is really going, in my opinion, beyond what they have to dealing with that cemetery, because what I've learned is that cemetery is not on this property. That's a whole separate piece of property, which that means it butts up against someone else. We're so used to a cemetery being in the middle of our development. You and I, or, there's other people that's been very, very strong on saying you've got to fence that whole thing and et cetera, and provide. In this situation, it butts up to someone else's property too, and nobody's ever done that. They've been a right of way to get in there. This development is proposing to have a fence along theirs, and if I lived in one of those lots, I would want that. I live in a subdivision where there's also a very historic cemetery, and those houses, there's no fence. A lot of them bought that and didn't even know there was a cemetery there. And so I think they're going well beyond what they would really have to. They're providing some parking for that too. I'm not for sure about that right away. I talked to someone in the city, and I don't remember. I thought that right away went through that Church of Christ property on Curd Road. Is that correct?
It appears it's just part of the parcel stretches down the Curd Road.
But does it not go next to that church?
It does.
So that,
yes.
okay. So if he provides an access from the street in this subdivision, will that still have to remain down through there?
I don't think you can abandon the easement, can you?
Well, could that not be used also as green space to go all the way down to the road? We don't have sidewalks right there on Curd Road, but that doesn't mean we won't someday. But that would be it might be able to be utilized for a path or something. I'm just talking out loud about it. We're talking about green space. We're talking about this 10%.
I agree with you. It's part of the parcel that just extends to Curd Road. I mean, I'm not sure there's an easement or anything on it even. It's just, unless Public Works knows otherwise, but it is part of the land.
Oh, wow.
Part
So
of
it's
the
not an
subdivision.
easement. It's actually a piece of this property. Okay.
Does that, you disagree?
That would go all the way to Curd Road.
The cemetery parcel has, it's like a flag lot. It goes all the way down. It's not an easement. It's actually part of the parcel itself.
The actual right
Cemetery.
of way is part of this property.
That would be a good use for that, I think.
Yeah.
Not the right of way. It is just the parcel goes all the way
Correct.
down.
The cemetery parcel, not
Yes.
our parcel in question
So
here. The
that
easement
whole
just crosses.
thing, to be able to access it is part of that cemetery?
Yes. The cemetery connects to the road.
It's a flag lot.
Yeah, but if they wanted to put I mean, yeah, so, and I'll reverse that, then that was in that property, but it also, that cemetery also butts up to other pieces of property too. And since it is ownership, it's gonna be hard to do anything. So again, I applaud them for putting that fence around there, and now they've got all that green space enough they want to utilize it. So that probably adds to what we were not counting.
But they don't own the green space.
Yeah, they can't use it.
That's just the easement.
Well, she said that it's part of, it went to the Curd Road.
It's a separate
Yeah,
property.
but it's a separate parcel, separate property. Belongs to the
Okay,
cemetery.
so they have no use of that. They have no jurisdiction. Okay,
No, just as an easement.
but
They just can't
they're
abandon the
providing it
easement.
off another street is what I'm saying
Yeah.
now. So, nobody's gonna park down there to walk up through there to go to that cemetery.
And I don't know the history of the church. Yeah, nobody's gonna walk that far. I don't know the history of the church, but take this and reading that letter and everything, that it could have been something initially done as part of the church. I mean, I don't think anybody really knows. That's part of the point of where we're at here today with it.
And that's
Todd,
all.
you got some input, please?
All right. More questions than input, unfortunately. So the cemetery owns that section of the flag lot, which means this development doesn't. We're now putting a public road across it, across land that they don't own. Can we do that?
That would be Ms. Burnett.
Not unless the development got snuck across it, I guess. But
So you'd
no,
have
how it
to-
sits right now, that's cemetery property.
So we have a cemetery that's owned by someone, but no one knows who. Dividing this lot in half. And without permission, I don't know if we can get to
A public road across.
exactly, or a private road even for that.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're accessing.
Well, you
that
got public
half of the
utilities,
property.
you're gonna have to cross it either which way. So your public road, public utilities, one of the way it's public and nobody grant public access.
And it's deemed a nuisance
right-
though, because nobody can clean it up.
I've never looked at eminent domain across the cemetery. I mean, I can look into that, but beyond that.
Let's go ahead and call for representation. Please. Name and address for the record. Join the quandary now.
Associates, and address is 302 North Caldwell Street of Paris, Tennessee. So regarding the flag lot, that is an easement going through there. We have surveyors on staff that we did our own boundary survey on this and determined that it was an easement. And to my knowledge, of course, we stamped the easement as far as going through our property, but if my memory serves correct, it goes all the way down to Curd Road, like everybody has stated.
So it's an easement
That's right.
across your property, but you don't own that piece right there then, do you?
Well, it's our property, but we allow the cemetery to use that for access.
Is that inaccurate? It does not appear to be an accurate statement. But if he's got a legal survey,
I would have to see the survey and look at the register of deed stuff, but based on the GIS, that is a flag lot. GIS could be wrong, but
Yeah, and you're right. I believe the tax map shows it to be a flag lot like that, but I believe the deed says otherwise.
I can't answer that question right now without seeing my document.
so yet here we are again, another quandary on your deal.
I can provide you guys the stamp survey that we have.
Yeah, I think that'd have to be submitted to our city attorney for review and approval to make sure, because yeah, we couldn't grant, can't build across a piece of property that nobody owns.
Oh, yeah,
That'd be big trouble.
that's right.
That'd be big trouble.
Yeah, that'll be no problem.
Let me go ahead, because it sounded like you may have to defer to resolve this issue, because I'm not sure that we can really take action without a review from the city attorney on this. You've heard several concerns, both from staff and a few members of the planning commission. I actually want to address one or two myself real quick, just so at least that you got the feedback right here in regards to this, or you can hear as many comments as possible. So should you defer, that you can finally have an opportunity to hopefully get us to where we can take action upon this at a meeting, and especially if you're driving from Paris, that's a nice little drive for you back and forth. Yes, sir. So be conscious about that. One of my thoughts is, as I was looking at this, you've got challenging NBSLs and footprints to build houses on your proposed lot sizes out here. Then you got the challenge of your additional 10% green space. And then if we put a fence around, it's dependent upon whether or not we apply a condition of to supply parking as well for them. One of the things that you're definitely missing on it as well is a mail kiosk station right here. And my concerns were of this temporary cul-de-sac that's coming down through there and really what it's doing on that. I'm not sure what a bad thing about getting old is your eyes fade along with it really quick. I can't read your lots down here on the temporary 202.
Tiny triangular one.
So it's kind of a slight reconfiguration. Basically, it's an elimination of that temporary cul-de-sac and kind of a shallow horseshoe as you come through right there. And that gives you additional potential green space between the main road as you loop around like that you can call your open green space. Then directly to what I'm going to call north of where your temporary cul-de-sac road meets your main road right there, Oakmont. That lot right there definitely presents its challenges of how in the world you're going to get a house on that particular lot. Again, that looks like a very advantageous place and an opportunity for parking, mail kiosk, open space, potential amenity. Looks like a grand opportunity and I'm happy to give you what I've even got right here. Or I can provide it to staff. So when you discuss it with them, they would have an opportunity to look at this. And it's just a reconfiguration, because I know that staff made comments on it. I've heard from letters and emails and stuff, concerns with what's going to happen with this temporary cul-de-sac. What are we going to do? It appears, in my opinion, that it actually creates more room and greater opportunity to build what I'm hoping that could be built on these. So I can provide that to staff. Should you set up another meeting with them, they would have that with them, and kind of my notes that would follow along with it. And that's just my notes out here, not the rest of the commission. One of the additional comments that would be near and dear, because I'm sure that we got a lot of people here from Oak Hall and Timber Trail, becoming now one of our larger neighborhoods here, particularly situated in the center of Mount Juliet. I know one of their biggest concerns that I've heard has been in regards to the tree buffer and everything, and the protection of the existing greenery that's there. I'm sure it's a staff comment. A couple of my comments were going to be to make sure we don't have erosion control that lies within the buffer, possibly even protecting that buffer further with a chain link fence as you go through the development, and then as you turn it over and develop each lot, you can remove it as you work down through that. But something to kind of provide the protection and ensure some of those neighbors that we're not going to get into those particular areas. So those are really my only comments right there. I think that, and then as everybody would like to know, what is going to happen with that old existing house up there. My understanding is not in the fairest of condition out there. And of course, some would choose to repurpose the foundation and some would choose to tear it down. But, it's kind of an either or that would give you guys the option as development should it be approved out there. I too agree with Commissioner Franklin that if we are adding green space and amenities, we're going to see a project later that is in significant compliance with PMDP that we saw. We're hearing it tonight for final master development plan. Again, in my opinion, it doesn't look like what I originally wanted to approve. Become a little hot button of mine individually, personally here. So I'd like to be able to PMDP approve what I'm going to see at final master development plan. And that way it's clear and concise to the commission, to the board of commissioners, and particularly all of our residents out here to, that if that maybe the only time they see it is here, to make sure that, that might be their only impression. Then they drive down it 10 years later, like, man, that doesn't look anything like it. So try to do that right there. I think you've got some merit, a few tweaks and can possibly get there, but definitely got to figure out what's going on with, is this an easement? Is this actual flag lot property? And I would assume if you got a legal survey from a surveyor that denotes that it is actually your property and it is an easement, that Ms. Burnett could decipher that.
I can answer the question right now. I just pulled it from the Register of Deeds. It says that there is a right-of-way easement for public travel from the east side of the cemetery southward along the east side of the Colored Church of Christ Road to Curd Road. Said right-of-way being 20 feet wide along the cemetery and 30 feet wide thereafter.
So it is an easement.
Mhm.
So they own the property, so therefore they can continue to proceed.
I would like to look at it a little further, but I did find that one document.
Okay. And get a copy of their survey as well to just be 100% on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Jones, please.
And if that's so then, which I believe it is, then they could use that as green space, correct?
Well, it's an easement for right-of-way for public access.
But I know, and it's a right of way, but most people's not gonna park down there and walk all the way up there when they've got an easier way to get there. Still access to the cemetery.
I don't think our right-of-way is usually counted as green space, so.
There's got to be some errors to the cemetery.
I looked on that letter and saw if I recognized any of the names there.
There were many.
There was a Circe on there.
Yeah, then all the people that's listed here are all dead. But they have grandchildren, children.
Yeah.
On Curd Road. There's two locations on Curd Road that I know that Mr. Martin named here.
Okay.
Is his grandkids.
Okay.
If you looking to find them.
I noticed one last name on the original owners in this letter was a McFarland, and the county historian was a McFarland. I don't know
Possible
if
there.
anybody else caught that. But
And the Robertsons live, still some, the Robertson grandkids still live on Curd Road.
Is that,
And
or
it the name might be Foster instead of Martin.
Okay.
Because of marriage.
Larry, do you know the Henry Circe?
Beg pardon?
Do you know the Henry Circe?
Yeah, I know Henry Searcy.
He's one of the owners.
He
Yeah.
did.
Is he? Well, are his heirs still?
His heirs, I don't know where they are.
Very well.
They used to live over here on Clemens Road,
Yes, sir.
remember?
Yep.
If you remember. But I think they sold the property, so I don't know where they are.
Interesting. Commissioner Rast, please.
I've got two comments. One is a request, I guess, with the blessing of Public Works, along that southern cul-de-sac stub. Just from personal experience, I mean, it's a temporary, but it's probably going to be temporary for many, many, many years. I prefer to see sidewalk go all the way around it, just for the continuation around. So people are taking walks, they can just continue on that. The other point, and I'm going to ask Shane this. Typically, every development we see, and they're either requesting grinders or we're just making a clear point that we don't accept grinders. Is that, just want to be clear, that is our exception. If there's a hardship where they absolutely have to have grinders, they can show that, but it shouldn't be just a matter of practice, correct?
Correct. When gravity sewer is accessible.
Okay.
There's just areas in town that don't have gravity sewer. That's, I'd say, a hardship or topography.
But in this case, they do have access.
They would have to obtain easements, but there is gravity sewer to the north. I believe it's on the Oak Hall Timber Trail HOA property.
Okay. I'd like to reinforce that then. No grinders, if they've got access.
Get to it.
Don't need to have them there.
Further questions, comments at this time? I think it would be the desire of staff that I can tell right now and our city attorney to opinion on this easement before we continue to proceed. That be correct and accurate statement. So with that, would you be willing to present a 1 month deferral, provide staff with that information? I'll provide my notes as well as full as comments. I think you've gathered all comments, and maybe 1 more month later, come back and see us.
Yeah, that'd be all right. I do have one question.
Please.
Regarding the amenities, I believe you were asking, you'd like to see an idea of what to expect. How would you like to see that as far as plans goes? I mean, we've got some ideas, but do you just want to like have a note in stating, what kind of amenities we had in mind or plan to have? Or
Do you want to address that, Commissioner Franklin?
Well, me personally, I'm not, I was more on the technical side of not wanting to see a final master development plan and not have anything to measure to. Staff's pretty good at recommending things like that. I mean, they're maybe too good sometimes, some developers say, but I'll bet they could offer you some suggestions.
Yeah, the biggest reason for the locations of the two green spaces, they're kind of in lower areas, and we're going to utilize those for detention and then have the amenities kind of in that as well, in the available space left and what.
Yeah, I think we really just want to see it
Yeah.
on the actual blueprints and whatnot.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that statement. Very well. 1 month deferral
That'll work.
would be good. Granted, thank you.
Thank you.
Just to review the preliminary master development plan PUD, including a rezone from RS40 to RS20 PUD for the Keel subdivision located at 115 Oakmont Drive. That is a granted 1 month deferral for that project. That being said, our next project up on our agenda falls underneath the land use plan amendments and rezone. This is a recommendation item back to the Board of Commissioners. It is to review the land use plan amendment from medium density residential to town center located at 107 Timber Trail Drive. Ms. Jill?
This subject property that we are talking about has road frontage on not only North Mount Juliet Road, but also Oak Hall and Timber Trail. The primary entrance for the subdivision or this parcel is off of, typically supposed to be off of Oak Hall Drive, at least for a subdivision. This was the initial home of this farm that created the Oak Hall and Timber Trail subdivisions there. The property is approximately 5 acres. The request is for both a land use amendment because the current land use, the front portion of the property that fronts Mount Juliet Road, approximately 1 acre, currently under the land use map is town center. The back half of the property, which is probably 3/4 of it, I would say approximately 3.5 to 4 acres, is showing as medium density residential. The request for the land use amendment is to do a land use map amendment and have the entire 4.92 acres under town center. That would be consistent with properties along North Mount Juliet Road and also on both sides of North Mount Juliet Road on the east and west sides of it. So I didn't know if you want to start with the land use map amendment to begin with, and then there's a rezone to follow as well.
Would I have to vote on them separate or to speak of them? They're on our agenda together.
They're on the agenda together, but y'all
Yeah.
typically do vote on the land use amendments separately. Because this partially complies with our land use.
What would be the will of the commission? Hear them together?
It should be.
Hear them both together? Any objection? Let's continue on. We'll hear them together.
Okay, the zoning for the property currently is shown as CTC on the front, and then the rear portion, again, the approximately 3.5 to 4 acres is AR 40. As I said, it belonged to the farm that created that entire subdivision. They are just requesting the zoning to match with their requested land use of commercial town center. So they are able to market this property as a commercial in its entirety. There are no set plans at this time per the applicant, but they are wanting to be able to have that marketing potential of the entire parcel because it is confusing. And we do have several of these throughout the city, and we have seen this in past precedent where they do incorporate the entire land use onto the parcel itself.
May I also add, if you go on the south side of Oak Hall, the land use designation for that whole portion, so basically directly south of this property, that's all neighborhood commercial, so it's a commercial land use on the south side of Oak Hall. And if you look to the east, the bulk of this parcel just fronts Timber Trail Drive. There isn't a lot of commercial area that's going to be adjacent to, not separated by the road at least. 6001, 6003, those will be the lots adjacent to the commercial. Of course, if it gets rezoned to commercial, it's subject to all buffering requirements found in commercial zoning. So I would say the impact to the east is relatively low.
Very well. Let me go ahead and ask. I think I know the answer to this, but Shane, anything from Public Works?
No.
Very well. Thank you. Let's open it up. Questions, comments from the commission? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call for representation of this project. Can we just come to the microphone, name and address for the record?
Suite 204, engineer on the project on behalf of the developer, and everything that staff has stated is accurate to date. And I'm here if you have any other questions, though.
So no clear user at this time. This is basically just a combination and attempt to clean and make it all one.
Exactly. Like I said, like Jill said, it's a little bit more confusing whenever you market different land uses and different zonings, and I think CTC is the more broad commercial zoning for the city. So that's what they're trying to go for.
If you see someone who looks at this area and they see that, they may shy away and go somewhere else.
Yeah.
So we need it this way so that it's very marketable to outside the city for someone else to come in.
Yeah, makes it kind of diluted.
I do have one question.
Commissioner Franklin, please.
Is a mixed use, is high density or multifamily, it's not available on anything on this small tract, would it? So on a mixed use, there wouldn't be any RM8 or RM16 could possibly come here, right?
Correct.
Very well. Any further questions, comments? Please.
Still a little bit confused about which part of this is up against North Mount Juliet Road. I know I'm trying to figure that out.
It's labeled as 3155 Mount Juliet Road. It's got a,
Like on my map. Like,
hold up.
okay, maybe it should have done something. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, all right, understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even though it looks like this.
I think there's a combination of the parcels. At one point, we had an approved development on that at one point, and I think it's since expired now. Okay with that?
Yeah.
Very well. Thank you. Let's go ahead and open this item up for, 1 second, please. Commissioner Rass?
I'm being slow here. Just for clarity, can you explain the difference between town center and neighborhood commercial? What are the differences from a high level?
Commercial Town Center, designed to provide a wide range of commercial users concerned with retail, trading, consumer services, eating, drinking places, financial institutions, and offices. So things like that. Neighborhood commercial districts are intended to provide locations for retail and personal service operations serving a limited market area and engage in retail sale of goods and or services from the site of frequently and reoccurring needed items for personal consumption or household use. It's a good question. I think being fronting on Mount Juliet Road, CTC does make sense. It's a major commercial thoroughfare.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions? Any further questions, comments? Very well. Thank you. Let's go ahead and call for citizen comments in regards to this item on our agenda. Anyone wishing to make comments, welcome and encouraged to do so. Please go on the microphone, state your name and address for the record.
I'm Dave Fountain. I live 7004 Timber Oak Drive. It's hard to hear you guys out here. We can't hear you back here, so when you talk on your mics, it's just you can't even hear. But anyway, I've been in Mount Juliet 16 years, been 13 years in Timber Trail. I brag on this because it's probably the quietest neighborhood around. I'm the vice president of HOA there, so I do know what's going on. That big area out there, if any of you remember, March the 2nd, 2020, got a big table and a tent out there. That was going to do something. March the 3rd, remember what happened? It blew the table and tent and everything away. So nothing ever happened. We thought, praise the Lord, and it's not enough. We're going to build a service station or something there. That's my question. I know the developer said didn't know what it was going to build yet, but the service station, I mean, anything that's really busy like that, I would vehemently oppose that and all. And I speak for everybody on the HOA board and a lot of neighbors in the area. I know you don't know what's going to happen when you change it, but several things are going to have to happen around it. Originally, the rumor was I was going to put in an assisted living home. That would have been so bad. But a service station of 24-hour care, Lord forbid, I mean, just saying, I would not want to ever see that at all. The traffic and the noise is enough like it is. So getting out of that road, unless you put a light further down the hill there, it's going to be near impossible. Architect owns that house right on the corner across from Bow Wow right there. I don't think he's going anywhere. So I just leave that for you guys to come up with something because I'd really like to know what's going to go in there.
We don't know either.
You got any kind of time frame?
I think that I'd have to defer to what the applicant just expressed to us, that they're doing it to clean it up and allow them to market it as one whole property. That way that it's not diluted with multiple land use items over top of it. So it is all underneath one uniform zoning.
Just hinging off what somebody else said about sewer drains trying in from Oakmont through Oak Hall. When they said sewer, they talked about sanitation sewer, or are they talking about water drain off?
Sanitary. Yes, sir.
Okay. Because the water drains off Oak Hall, goes into a migratory bird pond that we've got on the property there at Timber Trail. So that concerned me, but there's only two ways in and out of that neighborhood. I don't want to create more traffic going out the back way off Davis Drive. So sure, I'm really anxious to see what the developer's going to do. So I hope that news can get out so we don't get blindsided.
Yeah. So as we would be interested as well, that's for sure.
Because, I mean, you live here longer than I have, obviously, but Mount Juliet's got two roads, one east, one west, one north, one south. Golden Bears took a lot of traffic off of that area, which makes a difference. You go to other towns, even smaller and older towns, for instance, Cookville, north and south, they must have 5 roads going out north and south. I know you're not going to go blow through somebody's house over here and blow it off from Division Street and go back to the interstate. That's not going to happen, but that's a problem too. It concerns me without a light there with traffic. So that's all I got.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I agree. I've got a lot of personal friends over in Oak Hall and Timber Trail that are near and dear to me as well. Just as a clarification on, just because I don't remember this, and come on up real quick while I'm asking staff this. I don't ever recall any kind of a service station ever being proposed on that property. Have we ever seen anything like that?
No, the northern parcel, a portion of the 3155 and then also 3215 North Mount Juliet Road originally had a land use change from neighborhood commercial to commercial town center because they were going to do the assisted living facility there. There has not been a service station to my knowledge. And
Okay.
yeah,
That's-
I've been in the department for many years and there's never been a service station there.
That's what I mentioned to Commissioner Giles as well as we were up here, that I remember the assisted living, which I thought would be a great idea and use for the property, but I was just clarifying. I did not recall a service station on that. So please, name and address for the record.
Okay, sure. John Suheda, 6003 Crestview Court, which is there in Timber Trail. So we live very close to this parcel. And when we moved into the area and I looked at the zoning maps, it looked to me like the portion that's agricultural residential is sort of a buffer zone between Timber Trail and the commercial, the CTC, strip along Mount Juliet Road, which makes sense. But if that were to turn into a commercial enterprise directly adjacent to the Timber Trail neighborhood, I think that would be detrimental, to the quality of life there, property values, to the noise level. So, personally, I'm opposed to this proposal because since we don't even know what might go in there, it's opening the door to something that could be detrimental to the neighborhood.
Gotcha. Thank you. Let me go ahead and ask staff real quick because that'll help answer that question there. Buffer classification when you have to go commercial against a residential. It's a Class D buffer, which is our most intensive requirement and that we impose. And so hopefully should something come up, it's our most intensive that get into can't touch any of the trees, can't disturb the property kind of a thing. And almost similar to what I may mention on that residential property is my concern because of friends and family and whatnot that I know in your great neighborhood over there is maintaining what is a green space or our designated buffer requirement right there. Try not to do anything to disturb that, to maintain it as it is. What is the 50 feet? Is that a Class D? How big is a Class D? Yeah, probably went a little bit big on that, didn't I?
It's usually 20 feet with vegetation and a fence, but it could be wider based on the type of material you put in, the amount of material put into it. So it depends on the situation.
Okay.
If you want it to be wider, it can be. Or if they put more material in it, given the circumstance, it could be, it's 20 feet with a fence. But that's the minimum. And it's, it would be based on the specific,
Okay.
how the site plan or whatever comes forward and ends up looking.
Hopefully, John, hopefully it gives you a little bit of information towards that. I know it's something that we try to be conscious of, particularly if should something develop like that commercial and being adjacent to your residential that try to pay real close attention to is that preservation and quality. Commissioner Giles, please.
And also, if it comes in as a PUD, we're going to have jurisdiction over that and have a lot of them to make decisions on some of the buffer type stuff. And even if it's straight zoning, correct me if I'm wrong, we could also ask them to do some more stuff. For example, my business, I put a double fence. I put one in the back and I put one in front, and I totally enclosed it in, which keeps the noise down from the subdivision behind. When I did that, there was a complaint come into the city because what's our job doing? Well, it cost a lot more money, but yet they don't hear that noise as much because we've got two fences, and they probably don't hear us doing music at the office either. So there's we can ask for that, and people can come out to the subdivision saying, hey, would you do some more buffering besides just the 20 or 30 feet? And most of the time, developments are they don't mind doing some stuff. I mean, they know it's going to come up for approval. So,
please.
I just want to confirm you are correct, though. D section, the standard D section is 50 feet wide.
Okay, right. Yeah, yeah. That longevity does give me something, doesn't it? Come on, please, next. Yes, sir. Name and address for the record.
Yes, sir. Daniel Sutton, I'm the property owner of 4010 Timber Ridge Court over there in Timber Trail. Second everything that's been said already. And the biggest unease that I have here is the sheer not knowing what is going to happen with it. I would have been perfectly fine with that retirement development community going in. That would have been great. It would have been nice and quiet. The property itself is situated on a hill. It slopes upwards from Mount Juliet and then slopes downwards into Timber Trail. And even though I'm not a direct lot share, I'm a couple lots removed over there in the cul-de-sac. If you had a 2-story building, I'd be able to see it from my property. There's an awful lot of people who go in and out of there, and I do think it would affect the curb appeal. There's the feel of the neighborhood, not to mention bringing in potentially additional traffic. It really, for me, boils down to what is going to go here, and I know we don't have that answer. The concern that I have here is that the property owner is future planning. The developer is getting a fiat accompli by getting the zoning done, but the homeowners are left with this big hanging question. And I would submit to the commission that rather than rezoning now, if we just let it stand until we had more concrete plans, that would give the homeowners a better opportunity to respond upon the impact of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional citizen comments this time? Only one chance. Only one chance. I'm sorry about that. Only one chance. That being said, we'll close citizen comments. And at which time I'm looking for a recommendation in regards to this item on the agenda. It's a motion for a positive recommendation. That's a motion. I'll second it. It's a motion and a second for a positive recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? It is a positive recommendation. Next item up on our agenda also falls underneath land use plan amendments and rezone. Oh, no, it doesn't. Excuse me. We're on item 9B. There we go. Next item up is falls underneath final master development plan site plans, item 10A. It is to review the final master development plan site plan for Village at Pleasant Grove, Phase 2, Vintage Vines, located at 855 Pleasant Grove Road. Mr. John.
Thing. This is a final master development plan and a site plan, and this is for phase 2 of the Villages of Pleasant Grove. That phase is called Vintage Vines. I know there's been some confusion about that in the past, but we've got it figured out. As you alluded to earlier, this is it's an FMDP, of which you saw a preliminary master development plan a while back. It's probably in here, 2021. This is for phase 2. This consists of the residential component of phase 2. The 2 out parcels that you see towards the north along Pleasant Grove Road, not part of this particular FMDP and site plan. And as we mentioned before, I have in here 8-03, the criteria in the code for which determines substantial compliance between an FMDP and a PMDP. And as you can see in the staff report, that is accommodated. There's nothing that violates those requirements. Some of the things you'll see, obviously, the building shapes and the locations have been tweaked a little bit. Also, 20 of these residential units in the PMDP were townhome units along the south drive there, kind of where it connects to phase 1 around the church. Those units have been captured in the multifamily buildings now, so there's no longer the townhome component. But I don't think I had a lot of other issues with this, or not that was an issue, but I don't think there was a lot of other differences that warrant any discussion or any problem with code compliance. And we do recommend approval of both final master development plan and site plan with the conditions listed. And do you have any questions? Right.
Very well. Shane, anything from Public Works?
Our comments were minor in nature, and we recommend approval with our comments.
Very well. Please, John.
I just wanted to comment that I believe the applicant would like to speak to.
Yes, sir. Any questions, comments from the commission at this time?
Pleasant Grove Road and the number of units. Do we have a timeline on this? Is this forthcoming or to be? I'm sure he's going to explain that to us in just a moment, but that's a concern, timeline versus access to what's going to be down the road, Central Pike and that curvy road until it gets done. So
Yeah, let's go ahead and call for representation of this item on the agenda and name and address for the microphone.
Good evening, Matt Gardner, 4603 Skymont Drive, Nashville, Tennessee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. To answer your question, we are shooting for roughly a year from now to break ground. So very end of 26 or beginning of 27 to break ground on this phase. One of the things that passed, I guess, a week ago Monday during the BOC was we shifted some of our offsite improvements to help at the request of Public Works staff to go ahead and do the widening of Pleasant Grove Road consistent with the city's plan in front of our parcel and also in front of the church, assuming the city gets those the right of way from the church figured out. So to that traffic point, we're planning on doing that as part of a PUD modification that the BOC finally approved a week ago. Kind of to John's point, the plan is substantially similar to what you had, or substantially the same on for our original PUD and PMDP. The difference of the site plan actually has more to do with the Army Corps of Engineers than anything else. When we went and got this preliminary master development plan approved back in 21, you can see, I think it's the third page of the packet. It shows a stream through the site. That was the state did not call that a blue line stream, but the Army Corps of Engineers did. So we had to leave that as a buffer. Since then, the Supreme Court has changed the rules that the Army Corps of Engineers went by to bring it a little bit more in line with Tennessee. Good job, Tennessee. And so that blue line stream does no longer exist. And so because of that, we were able to capture that space more and kind of keep our site more contained and not have the townhouses that were further away from our amenity spaces than we really wanted them to, but that was the way the topo and the site plan works. So it allowed us to kind of consolidate the multifamily piece a little together. Where the multifamily is generally is in the same place as it was in building one, in the original PMDP, excuse me. Commercial parcels are the same. You should be seeing in the next couple of months a FMDP for the Papa Joe house on the northwest corner. They just approved a elevation this morning on that, so that should be coming along also, but that is a separate process from this one. Any questions that you guys may have, I'm happy to answer.
now this is not a 55 and over.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you had, what was it, 245 units?
Yes, ma'am.
In this one? I know you have the pool and it said you omitted the playground.
Yes, ma'am.
The reason why we did that?
The tenant mix that we have, so we were the developers who did Vintage Station North and are under construction at Vintage Pleasant Grove on the other side of the church from this parcel. And our residents tend to be older and without kids. We tend to have younger professionals and then empty nesters, and as opposed to families with kids. And so our amenity spaces are geared more towards who lives in our building. So we've got a large dog park, big pool area, grill stations, versus a more child-focused playground. That's they can come play in the pool. We're certainly not restricting anybody to come in, but that's the goal of who we're targeting with our rental demographics.
That's the vintage vines.
Yes. Well, the vines we're nodding to Miss Beretta's vines. She's growing wine next door, so that was the little head nod for them. So we bought this property from her. Yes, ma'am.
So I still like the playground.
Yeah. I got a couple real quick. So your purpose of the reconfiguration of the buildings, is solely based upon the blue being identified as a blue line right there?
It blue line and allowed us from the grading to do that as we got further into the geotechnical and the survey with the topography. The building footprint now is much easier to construct as opposed to the building footprint and the way that the topo came in before. And so it allowed us to build a more efficient building with the blue line stream shifting the site plan.
So let me, and of course, I've had a little bit of issue with PMDPs and FMDPs. And
Yes, sir.
what looked like one and now it looks like another. So I feel like that even though FMDP, you can't make significant changes out there on it. There's a few because to me, it changes the feel of it.
Okay.
And so and the walkability, connectivity, things like that.
Yes, sir.
And I know I have to agree with staff on this here, but a couple of things. All of the buildings are 100% residential and they
Yes, sir.
are perfect. That kind of answers
Yep.
my question on that. So my biggest thing is this here is that looking at your topo, you guys are from Pleasant Grove falling, right?
Yes, sir.
And so the bulk of your parking is at the bottom. I don't know how you're going to mass grade and how level that you're going to create the site when you complete your mass grading over there to be able to comply. You have to be overly sensitive. I'm aware of what you have to do, what you can and can't do adjacent to a blue line right there. So that creates all the parking places being at the low elevation. So we're all going to get a little exercise. We're going to walk uphill every time.
Not
we park our
really.
car.
And so one of the tweaks we've done to the site plan was to actually change that. So the building on the northwest portion of the FMDP, not the commercial out parcels, that building and the unit mix in that building should be able to park in that parking lot right there next to it.
Unit J?
You mean?
Because Unit J is where I'm about to go with my comments.
No, sir. Building L. So
Okay.
Building L parks in those parking spaces just between it and N. N is Papa Joe's house.
All right. So
Building J does park in the parking spaces behind Building K.
So that leads me right there to it. I know you got to have your handicap requirements right there,
Yes, sir.
but as well with your target market out there, we are DoorDash, we are all of the
Yes,
things
sir.
in mix. We're giving them no place to queue and park those cars.
There's space along the
Is that what
drive
the
aisle.
7 places are going to be for us for 30-minute only, 15-minute only parking?
Yes, sir. So we'll have that, and my civil engineers here that there is space along for that. And they're also in front of Building K. So the little small piece on Building K that looks that kind of goes north-south that caps the end of the opening. That's our leasing and amenity center. It's connected to the building, but there are short-term parking spaces in front of there as well as space for, Amazon, FedEx, Postal Service, or all those right there. So that's kind of that main entrance. And that Building K, one reason that it's a horseshoe is there's a secondary entrance on the very southeast corner of that building. So all the people in that building that are parking in that parking lot can walk in right there and then take the elevator to their floor and walk around. So it really is this Building J. And as you said, we're trying to, work with the blue line stream that does run along the western property line. And they'll just walk over just a little bit.
And I'm normally not a big fan of this, but if you use it for appropriate for your Amazon deliveries, your food deliveries and stuff like that, the on-road kind of turn-off parking, it looks to me that you could potentially slide that sidewalk towards J right there in front of it and potentially do some on-street parking because your road is narrow. And so mine is more that temporary-esque, or if I'm moving in per se.
Right. Yes, sir.
Either or out there. Any one of those three statements I think are very applicable to that J seems like it's living over there on its own island, which is going to be great for a tenant, especially because you have balconies you're going to overlook undisturbed creek and whatnot. Should be super popular units from a marketability standpoint, but not necessarily the most best design and safety and applicability department.
Yes, sir.
So I would love to see, and anything that you guys change would be volunteer on your behalf. I understand that we're at FMDP on that. So and this would be, of course, per staff. Todd's probably over there mad at me for asking for some on-street parking or whatnot. But just that kind of 30-minute or less, 15-minute or less, however your signage denotes there, can stripe it appropriately. Your HOA on, I know that you guys have done a great job at Vending Station North with your HOA and how that's being managed over there. But the same kind of thing here that you guys try to run a nice ship and whatnot for your tenants. So it kind of helps in looking at this. But I would love to see possible on site right there, an additional crosswalk to what I'm going to call your southern sidewalk connection point. You see how your sidewalk stubs don't match up at that point?
Yes, sir.
I'd love for that to be a striped crosswalk right there because that's the one, not your northern one towards Pleasant Grove. Nobody's walking that far up to go to Building J. They're going to go ahead and cross at the path of least resistance.
Yes, sir. I think we do have some crosswalks.
I'm looking at 5-2 is where I am. I'm
5-0, I think, has the crosswalk shown on it.
And I see it, but it's at the northern side of the site instead of the southern side. And if all your parking's south, they're not going to walk. I mean, most people don't walk further to get to a crosswalk. They're going to go to whatever's fastest.
Yeah, we can add a crosswalk there on the I see what you're saying on the bottom of Building
Yeah.
K. And
See how those two sidewalks just don't necessarily.
We can do a diagonal crosswalk there.
Yeah, diagonal or just another connection back there to your curb with a little bit of additional concrete. It's probably a 5-6 foot grass strip maybe at best, or just move that sidewalk stub, just move it up. And
I think there's some grade issues
them
there that
aligned.
my civil engineer is saying from an ADA standpoint. I think the grade starts, which is why we put it where we did.
Because
I
it's
think,
fallen.
yes, sir. Yeah, I think that's also the reason why is we do have, to answer your first question, on the bottom of that building, Building J, we do have the 2 handicap spaces. We can mark some of those other spaces.
One of those
as,
sevens.
as a 30, do a 30-minute space there for
And I'd
temporary
love to
stuff.
see, honestly, you'd leave your handicap. I'd love to see all 7 go to short-term parking for something like that. Because to me, that just enhances it. As a tenant, that enhances it. If not, I mean, I'm going to put my car there, my second car, and I'm going to leave it right there.
Yes.
There's strategy and everything like that.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Before I
sir.
was a homeowner, I've spent a lot of years in an apartment. And yeah, we played swap with my neighbors and
I
everything
understand.
else on it.
The
And I'm
Philly
fine
country.
if that crosswalk is elevated like that,
Okay.
and just some striping, because I feel like that's where people are going to go.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's just logical.
Well, here's what I can promise you without double checking and looking at the exact grades. As long as we can make that work with ADA slope requirements, we'll absolutely add a second crosswalk down there. But I don't want to promise something that the grades don't work with drainage, and I don't want to get foul of ADA.
I'd be good with that. Those are just my 2 comments.
Thank you, sir.
Some additional crosswalk right there, and I'd love to see those 7 parking places outside of your handicap parking places all be noted, especially if staff frowns upon on-street parking. Sounds like you're going to have a great issue. If you can't do an ADA ramp, you're not going to be able to move your sidewalk and do all that. So, or your on-street parking. So you're going to, that idea of on-street is gone.
I'd
I'd love to see the entire 7 go to short-term parking for deliveries, moving in, so on and so forth over there, since that is your only building that has really a lack of adjacent parking. That'd be my only comment. Commissioner Giles?
I've got a question on G. It's not in the PUD, it says, but it's so small I can't see, with readers on the side of that. That's the cell tower that the church owns, correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And the church still owns it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And there's some kind of access there? Or
There
an easement?
is.
I can't see it on this. It's so
There
small.
is, yes, sir. If you look on page C5.0, this access is already built, actually, by the way. If you look at the very bottom right of page C5.0, we've got our main drive of the existing phase, and then we've got the new access that curls around the south end of the existing church parcel. And then there's a little kind of hash section right there at the property line that comes off and goes down.
I think I see it. I'm not
It
sure.
is.
Do you see it?
It's right there.
Okay.
There's a little kind of hash section right there. And that is an easement that has actually already been built for that cell tower. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay.
That was part of our phase 1. That was, we we shifted an access point. Actually, Verizon was out there last week putting new lines to the cell tower. So
Okay, good.
that has already been solved, I guess.
Good, good. Okay. Thank you.
Further questions, comments from the commission?
No pickleball. No, man.
Commissioner Bowman, do you have a question?
Yeah, this isn't quite as egregious as the McFarland Farms, but it still feels almost like a little bit of a bait and switch. I genuinely like the PMDP layout with the townhouses. It has a better flow. You're not looking at a mass of parking to the south there. Any given parking view is only a couple lots or slots wide. So, yeah, I wish there was some way that we could deal with that in codify it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Further questions, comments? Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Let's go ahead and call for citizen comments. Any citizen wishing to make a comment in regards to this item on the agenda, welcome and encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Seeing no citizen comments this time, I'm looking for a motion in regards to this item on our agenda.
I'll make a motion with conditions and the comments from staff and the
Additional comments?
crosswalk that they're gonna try to put in there. Did I miss anything?
No.
Okay.
I'll second that. It included some comments from me. So that's a motion and a second. All those in favor? Todd, do you have something you wish to add to that?
I'd just like some clarification in that motion because I did review the grades where that crosswalk would go and it's steep.
Can
Yeah.
it go?
It's,
Yeah, if it can't meet ADA and the requirements set forth, then I know we cannot do anything about it. Maybe signage or something, some kind of compromise.
Well, I was just wondering if we were open to shifting the location of that of a different crosswalk to, because right now it's about 10% there. And if we can shift where that slope is, we could get the crosswalk in. Otherwise, it's not going to get in.
It's a good attempt to, yeah, if we can't get it in because of ADA, you obviously ADA trumps what we're doing here. So it's just some striping is really safety concerns. Maybe as you look at it, if it can't meet ADA requirements to there, I'd say maybe some signage just to note because you're probably following some kind of a path like that right there. I think I'd be receptive to staff's comment on that. So a motion and a second. We good, Commissioner Giles? All those in favor, signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? So approved. Next item up on our agenda is item 10B, also underneath the final master development plan site plans. Review the final master development plan site plan for the villas at Elliott Reserve located at 12440 and 12582 Lebanon Road. Mr. John.
I'll take this one on for him. This is the final master development plan and site plan for the villas at Elliott Reserve. This final master development plan and site plan are in substantial conformance with the previously approved PMDP that was approved in 2024. They have provided for 64 townhome units. The majority of staff's comments have already been addressed. Those remaining are minor in nature. They are providing the requested amenities that were approved back during the PMDP that includes a very large commercial playground, a dog park, pickleball, and pavilions. Overall, everything is in compliance. They're following through with the bulk regs that were approved under the ordinance as well. Again, staff recommends approval subject to the conditions that we've provided within your staff report.
Thank you. James, Public Works?
Again, our comments are minor in nature, general notes, and we recommend approval with our comments.
Questions, comments from the commission?
Kiosk is without parking space. Is that something that's allowed with not having parking spaces near them or?
Looks like it's got 4.
Oh, does it?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah, it's actually it looks like it's on the western side of the main drive coming in.
It is that. So they do have parking spaces?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a requirement for any kind of area where there is a mail kiosk?
Generally, we request at least one ADA space available and a secondary space. But yeah, we always do request at least one parking space for the mail kiosk.
That's good, thank you.
Two quick questions back for you guys. I saw planning and zoning comment, minimum 2,000 square foot clubhouse required per multifamily regulations. I thought that we did provide them the waiver on that. For the residential, is that not correct?
We did. That was an error. Yeah, it's just a standard list of typical comments that we put in with these PMDPs, especially with the multifamily.
Okay.
So it was just an error because generally we do request those, but they did provide additional amenities in lieu of.
Okay. And then one back for Shane. Comment 3 underneath your engineering. We had the traffic or potential traffic calming on Sunset Drive or Todd. I don't remember that being an initial comment on this one. Or why this doesn't connect to Sunset, does it?
No, but the concern when the PUD came through was that the overall development was going to add cut through traffic on Sunset. So it's a condition of the PUD. We're recommending deferring that action until the commercial FMDP.
Okay. Do they touch? Does this touch Sunset though?
No, sir.
Okay.
But we get plenty of complaints about cut through traffic on Sunset.
I know we do.
So anytime we have development in the area, we're looking at that.
Yeah. I haven't been down Sunset in a long time, and I went down it the other day, and yeah, I used to have some close friends in high school that lived right there on Sunset, sort of just right off there. Yeah, it's a interesting one. Both access points to pull out too, whether or not trying to come out there next to the volunteer state or down there where the hair salon and Moss's is over there at either entrance are tricky. I don't know why people think it's short because in my opinion, it's never shorter. Yeah, I almost want to say, man, I'll race you. I promise you I'll beat you just going the right and the easy way on that. 5 seconds won't change anything. Further questions, comments from the commission? Wonderful. Do we have representation for the project? Name and address for the record?
Jake Porter, Heritage Civil, 2055 North Mount Juliet Road, Suite 4, 204. Engineering a project, we started it with the PMDP, however long ago that's been now. The mass grading is taking place. The mass grading, I know everybody sees that daily. Just to update their next, I'd say maybe 2 months, and they should be done with the mass grading portion of these. This is just the FMDP for the top of the hill, which is the 64 townhomes. I just texted the owners, I believe, and not Shane, you may know more than I do. I think they've already done the Sunset Drive items, but I could be wrong. But either way, if they're not installed, they have agreed to and are going to do those if they're not already installed. So I think as staff said that we mainly conform with all the comments they provided, and looking forward to getting this one underway. I'm here if you have any more comments or questions.
Questions, comments from the commission? Commissioner Jones, please.
So this was approved before I got back into office, this whole thing. So I have been, historically, I don't vote for this just because I didn't start from the very beginning. We've had some issues, not anything against the civil, but we've had issues with the blasting, as we do all over the city. So I had a meeting scheduled that for them, and they came out from Nichols Vale because it was affecting them, just like a lot of the blasting affects me and some others in the areas. And we learned a lot about the state. I've asked the city, they've now come up with a flyer that we're able to send to anybody that's got a question about the blasting, that kind of thing. And then there's some other clarification issues that instead of us going back and forth, I've also called another meeting. I just wanted to say, in case there's some people here from Nichols Vale, it's for next Thursday night, a week from tonight in here. So you know, they've just spent a lot with this subdivision coming in and, you know, even with, and I called today, even with the pond back in the back will be closed up and things like that. So there's a lot to this. So anyway, I wanted to explain, you know, why I vote against or abstain from this. It's that reason.
Sure. Thank you. See no additional questions, comments. Thank you. Please.
If I may.
Anything else?
Just to back up, I know the blasting is always a big sensitive area. The majority of the blasting for the whole PUD, everything was back on the commercial side in the front. And specifically, I think we actually have it in here as note number 20 on our on C0.03 on one of our site layout sheets. But it's what Commissioner Hefner had kind of written that spiel about half shots and all of the extended notifications and items like that. Our anticipation for this particular portion of the project, the townhomes, is if there's blasting, it is just the utility trenches. Everything up there should be mostly fill material going upwards, except the utilities. So that will all be, I know that the city's not technically able to enforce those things, but that is something that we agreed to into PUD and intend to do it as well for this part of it. So
that's great.
May I say something
Please,
on this too? Because I get this blasting thing, we as the elected officials get so many calls and emails, and now with this new flyer that's getting ready to come out, it's going to be on the website too. There's a code there, and you can scan it. And we as citizens need to start making complaints to our senators and our representatives to change the laws in Tennessee, so that municipalities can enforce a little bit stronger rules and stuff on this blasting. And it's going to take everybody to be able to do it, because our hands are tied in the city. We really can't do anything. So that, make sure you look for that flyer. It'll be on the website too. And that's a resource that you can go to and complain. Yes. Oh, I thought you were asking me something.
I agree.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of our remaining land, larger tracts that remain available are available because of the rock. Yeah. And the ones with good dirt or whatnot,
So glad
long
when
since
it's all
passed
over
us.
with all the blasting.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I mean, throughout the city.
Let me go ahead and call for citizen comments regards to this item on the agenda. Anyone wishing to make comments, please come to the microphone, name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Shauna Summers, and I'm at 5225 South Fork Boulevard, Old Hickory. I'm representing Stephanie Beamer, who is on 513 Montrose Drive, Mount Juliet, in Nicholsville. She was unable to attend this meeting because she's actually with the Tennessee Road Builders this week off site. She did want me to take a couple of minutes and make some comments. She says the Elliott's Reserve is still a large issue of contention for the Nicholsville neighborhood due to the poor drainage design by the Elliott's Reserve developers' firm design of the neighborhood. First and foremost, Nicholsville residents had to pay for drainage repairs that did not meet city code, which were designed by the Elliott's Reserve developers design firm. This continues to be an issue where the city does not monitor the designers and developers on what they're doing after the city approves their designs and the residents pay for it. Elliott's Reserve developers and contractors started site grading without having drainage control measures in place when they started work, and we had to call the city to tell them that the SWIP was not in place. Any person in construction knows that erosion control measures need to be in place before site grading, but they didn't do it. They've taken down trees and branches, which you've told them not to touch, and ripped out bushes, even though the city gave a 20-foot no-touch buffer. The contractors are digging all the way to the edge of Nicholsville property lines on top of our barbed wire fences, and video was provided to the city. Their contractors are stepping over property lines and continue to work on Nicholsville homeowners' properties. In addition, the original site plans on file with the city say that Nicholsville property owners had landscape conservation easements on their property. The original ordinance states that the 30-foot PUDE runs parallel to the former landscape conservation easement given back to the owners of the property as per the new ordinance, where the original ordinance says the conservation buffers are along and not within the PUDE. Landscape conservation easements are separate agreements from PUDs. The city is now stating that the The conservation easement is within the PUD. We have been requesting the paperwork from the city that states that the conservation easement is now a new agreement and within the PUD. The city has not provided this since December, since it's been requested. We're still looking for the agreement that says the conservation easement is now part of the PUD. I have the drawings and an original ordinance here. She goes on to state our privacy is gone because Elliott's Reserve developers took our bushes and trees and have done site grading to our property lines and not 20 feet from the buffer those are on Montrose Drive. The city has acted in bad faith by promising the homeowners that our trees would not be touched, that the conservation easements were the property owners, and now stating that they can let the developers build and drain onto our already poorly drained property that was designed by Mr. Porter and his firm. We've paid thousands of dollars between French drain installation, pre-blast surveys, property surveys, and legal consultations because of the city and letting this development push through. Several residents have already sold, with many more selling currently or going up for sale. These townhomes were proposed to the city as $600,000 to $800,000 townhomes. The market will not sell for that price, especially with the lack of amenities that are proposed, dog park and pickleball court. You have approved the developments already that have become 100% rentals because they're not being sold. You have continued to approve these developments with no consideration to transportation infrastructure in the area between Bender's Ferry and South Green Hill Road. No consideration for school capacity. You said fire trucks could get up a hill to the fire in one of those townhomes that are within 200 feet of our homes with the grade proposed on the road. I doubt they could, especially with the recent ice storm and weather events happening every year. It seems pointless to say anything because the city continues to give this developer approvals. Nicholsville, Kelsey Glen, and LaGuardo Elementary, all examples of irresponsible approvals of poorly designed development approved in Wilson County that residents and homeowners are paying the price for, and the city has no accountability. Please start listening to your residents. This development should have never been approved in the first place. Thank you.
Any additional citizen comments?
Lynn Weiss, 515 Montrose Drive in Nicholsville. Again, I 110% fully support what was just said to you. Also concerned about things. I am right next door to Stephanie, and the main drainage that they're talking about comes into my yard. I have issues about, as she stated, like emergency vehicles. If that ice storm comes again, we can't get out of our road with just a little bit of snow cover. How would emergency vehicles get into this one that's like, 10 million feet higher than ours? I also would like to see this so-called agreement that says the easement is part of the PUD. I used to have, privacy in my backyard, and it's completely gone and cleared out now. The 20-foot no-touch buffer is completely gone, and I was told that that was supposed to be ours. And the workers up there have just been completely rude. When we try to talk to them and stuff about coming onto our property, they've climbed fences and walked right onto our properties to go look at stuff. And, we've said, please don't be on our property. And they're like, well, we can do what we want. We were told we can do whatever. This all has to be, taken care of. A lot of things that we brought up as a neighborhood, none of it's been addressed. And I really think this needs more time and looking into before it's completely passed. So that's what I've got for you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kendra Nitz, and I live at 437 Whitley Way. I have been a resident of Mount Juliet as of 7 years as of today, and I love this city, and I'm also a realtor in the area and fully believe in what we have here. Something that is so important to me, I live in the corner of where this Elliott's Reserve is going to be. Excuse me, and I have the 20-foot no-touch buffer that was given back to us. I don't have trees on my side. Those were taken out. We have a mulch bed and some plants in there, but I never had a thick line of trees. I can see directly across the field and where this developer has taken down all the trees on Montrose. I can see directly into people's backyards. I can see into their houses now from this no-touch buffer that has been completely touched and ripped down. So my request here, I know this is going to be voted through. It is what it is. The landscaping plans has not been approved yet. So I just ask that y'all take into account the current residents who live here. When this land was sold originally and Nicholsville was established, you put in buffers for the current landowners to benefit them. And I just ask that you take into account us when we have these landscaping plans approved. So that is all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional citizen comments?
Good evening. I'm Jarvis Johnson. I live on 543 Montrose Drive, and my neighborhood, my home property line butts right up against this development. And I believe, according to the plans, my property line butts right up against where they're going to have like the common area, the dog park and stuff like that. And like currently out my window right now is a big mound of dirt. But with the tree line and everything like that being moved, I think it's extremely important, like everybody else has stated here, that buffer be maintained, especially even for noise. Because if that's going to be a common area right outside my property line, the last thing I'd want is like, I look at my fence and then there's, a big group of people or, a bunch of dogs barking and stuff out of my backyard. So I would like y'all to take that in consideration, as this development continues, that be maintained. I mean, if they're going to cut them down, plant some more there. Rebuild that area back up. That way we do have some kind of buffer or noise buffer between our property and that development. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional citizen comments? Seeing none at this time, we'll close our citizen comments. At which time I'm looking for a motion in regards to this item on our agenda. Make a motion to approve subject to staff comments. Motion and a second. Motion and a second for approval subject to staff comments. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? It is disapproved.
A positive or an approval fails doesn't mean it just automatically fails.
That's correct.
So you need to do a motion in the reverse and you need to state exactly why we're denying it and why it's not in substantial compliance.
There we go. So we'll go back to the, for those that had a negative vote for that. I'll just sort of start right to left. If you can let us know the reason why you voted no.
For me, it comes down to the fact that the current homeowners in Nicholsville have been disrespected with the buffers. And also, from what I understand, the price point in some of these townhomes, we were told one thing and they have gone to something else and we're kind of saturated with it. So that's
Commissioner Rest.
My reasoning is the duplicate was the buffers, and I don't want to use the word respect for the buffers, but maintenance of the buffers. We went through quite a bit of discussion about where the erosion control fence should be placed and everything beyond that not disturbed. And contractors went out there and did what they wanted to do and when they needed to do it. And until we have some assurances that that's going to be replaced or remedied in some way, I don't have any reason to approve this.
Commissioner Joe?
Well, and I stated earlier why I had to, and one of the reasons too is that all of this, as far as the price and all that, that was when I wasn't here. And then when I think about the people it's talking about, to me, there's a safety aspect there is also where people were able to look and see. The gentleman was talking about the dogs and everything, and the people, somebody said that you can see over, and now you can see in there. So it's just a safety aspect, but I just feel like I should because of that.
Well,
I might be wrong, but
Commissioner Bowman?
Yeah. Buffers, I need a reassurance that that's going to be dealt with moving forward before I can give a positive recommendation.
Did you vote against?
I did.
Commissioner Franklin, please.
I figure it's non-compliance if they agreed to non-touch buffers and they touched them. They're non-compliant with their preliminary master development plan. If they want to reestablish those buffers, bring in compliance, probably get my vote. But
Very well.
it's my vote.
And you voted for, correct? Okay, very well. All right. Ms. Burnett, does that get you? Very well.
You can go ahead and call for the motion. Right, but a failed vote doesn't mean that it automatically gets denied. So if the planning commission feels that they have explained a reason for it not being in substantial compliance, then you'll need to do a motion to deny it. And have that pass.
So we're making a motion to deny this request until we can get something resolved for the buffers.
Second that.
Motion and a second. Question, Mr. Porter?
Just wondering what the basis for any of the complaints that were provided to you tonight are. The developer so far has encroached on a 10-foot buffer one time, 6 to 8 months ago, by 3 feet into the non-disturbance buffer, which kept them 7 feet off of everyone's property still. They got a stop work order nearly immediately, as Commissioner Giles, who was his district, has been fully aware of all of these things. They have been forced, I say forced, wait, they did it. They did it. It was wrong, and they need to go back and fix that. And they did to the city standard that was required. Took 2 weeks, I think. We kept putting more and more, got that resolved. To date, I have not been personally, or the developer personally, been contacted about any other infractions causing any issues other than be as respectful as I can. People coming up here and saying things that they don't have proof of. You can see through the trees in the wintertime because trees go dormant in the wintertime. I understand that. Some properties didn't have buffers before because the properties didn't have buffers. Some of them have thin buffers, some have thick buffers. We moved the dog park internal to the site as staff's recommendation was. We still have to have a pavilion. It went back where the dog park was many iterations ago. Everything, and again, I don't mean to be rude here at all, but every comment that I just got a no from is, I don't want to use the word illegal, but not correct. There's no basis to vote against it on anything except for Commissioner Franklin saying that we maybe didn't adhere to the previous putted thing, but I just explained that. It's been remedied and it has been fixed. And again, just having people come up here and tell you things that are not, at least to my knowledge, true with no proof, and now you're going to vote against something without even, again, respect, y'all didn't ask me to come back up and to give you the developer side of it. We're out there every day doing more than most developments in Mount Juliet do for neighbors. And if you don't believe that, you can ask Commissioner Giles, who, again, respectfully, will vote against this regardless, because that's his area, wasn't his project originally. I understand that. But he has been on the forefront with me and with the developers on trying to fix, number one, fix Nicholsville problems that were not our responsibility. Number two, work with the neighbors to take even more water now back the other direction to fix drainage problems. And number three, all the buffers we're talking about have already been established, meaning the PUD establishes that you're required to put this buffer in, a 20-foot type D buffer, just like everywhere else in the city, plus our extra, I think it was 5 or 10 feet of setbacks for buildings. And when that property gets developed at this FMDP level, they will be required to install the type D buffer. Anything that's existing there counts will count as per the city code, and anything additional will be included. So again, I'm at the point tonight where if you still can't vote for it, then I just see it as being a major issue, because there's no grounds to not vote for it that has been presented, other than neighbors coming up with no credibility, reading letters from other people.
Let me ask staff that is, or Sam, do you want to speak to this, or should we refer back to staff is the statement from Representative correct?
I would encourage the board to ask staff. They'll be able to answer the question if there's any current stop work orders or what the current condition is out there since the last time we've been there.
Would that be through planning or by Public Works in this case? That you can opinion and comment on if there's any actions, lack of, or requests that have not been remedied or non-compliant.
I can give a summary of, I have been out on site multiple times. There, as Mr. Porter acknowledged, as construction commenced with erosion controls being installed, they did encroach in the no-touch buffer, which was on the Elliott Reserve side, by 3 feet. I measured that off with other members of Stormwater. We did put a stop work order on the site. We went through planning to acknowledge that all shrubs and brush were reestablished or replanted to a manner of city code. I don't, just disclaimer, I'm not a buffer expert, so we did, we went through Ms. Hamlin, who was working with Mr. Porter and Commissioner Giles. If I'm wrong, Art, let me know. But that was in, those were installed. To my knowledge, from Stormwater or Public Works, no other stop work orders have been issued since then. One other comment that I will can attest to is there currently is a sediment pond right behind the homes on Montrose. That is temporary. That will be removed when the townhomes are constructed, as the developer reshifted the drainage patterns to drain north back towards Lebanon Road. Sediment pond is there to acquiesce to TDEC requirements for sediment ponds as part of their mass grading. And once they start grading for their townhomes, that will shift the final drainage pattern back towards Lebanon Road.
I heard another comment in regards to the landscape plan or whatnot. Does planning want an opinion towards that?
This plan as presented that we're looking at right here is compliant with all regulations for landscape buffers for this type of development adjacent to this type of subdivision.
I've got a question. Was significant vegetation removed prior to any of this going in place that would not have legally fallen under the PUDE? Because I know there's some gray area there about an owner. Yeah.
In a situation like this, this plan or this plan shows what has to be when it's done, should complete at the end when it's completed and it's built. Oftentimes, existing vegetation goes away because it doesn't meet the requirement. The buffer that they're going to install is going to be better as a buffer most times than what is there. What is on this plan is what has to be done when the project is completed.
Yeah.
How they get there.
And I think that's an important statement for all of those in attendance as well, right? We want to maintain the 50-foot hardwoods as much as possible, but as long as the developer legally maintains the standard buffer as outlined in the prints and diagrams, we're beholden to those legal standards, which is really difficult to say, right? They can replace a giant maple with 15-foot tall shrubbery as long as it blocks the view, that type of thing. That's not a very legal perspective, but that's what's going on here.
Commissioner
I
Frank?
mean, they can resubmit a final master development plan if they want to and show me how they have mitigated, not being in compliant. Life goes on. If they want to sue us, we got insurance. Go for it. But I mean, if you're not in substantial compliance, I'm not going to approve you. If you want my vote, just prove to me you are, and you haven't.
Commissioner, unfortunately, everything that we've looked at, the plan is in substantial compliance as it stands right now with the PMBP that was passed.
Touching a non-touch buffer was touched. You both said.
It's
Just-
my understanding, though, that that has been remedied through the stormwater when they've been out there and did the stop work order. That was remedied to that extent. And then the additional landscape buffer that will be added by the end of the project that is as required. So they'll have essentially 30 feet.
But the PUD allows you to work within it though, within the non-touch. The PUDE does.
Okay.
Yeah, please, Mr. Joe.
Well, see, what happened when I wasn't here was something was taken away, and this is one of the reasons, and it was put back or done something with. This is one of the reasons I want this meeting next Thursday is so, I mean, I hear the terms, I hear from my constituents in that area that they were told one thing, this happened, that happened, and I don't know. We hear the term the PUDE. I know what it is. I know what a conservation easement is. I hear that conservation easement can be separate. I hear it's not separate. And so we've got a presentation coming on next Thursday chronologically that shows everything that happened. And that's why I called that. So it's very confusing to me.
Yeah. And that's why, I guess from my standpoint, it complies with both public works staff and your planning staff that they're not.
And I have to rely on them because that's what it says. But I also, I need to know because I don't know because I wasn't here and all of this happened. And so I've got all these several people living over there. I mean, I want to represent who I'm supposed to represent,
Let's go ahead and let's try to get it to a motion. So,
Yeah,
okay.
just got one more quick thing. I'm hearing two different aspects, right? From the citizens that have spoken, I heard that a lot of the drainage was because of this new development. And then from the developer, I'm hearing that they fixed the drainage. So in staff's opinion, who's right? Or was there truly a drainage problem and or was it caused or was it fixed?
I'll disclaim that I'm not sat out there and watched the site when it's rained.
Sure.
What I can say is that I'm not saying this is, I'm probably going to rebut you with another question.
Yeah.
Are the drainage issues based on the mass grading plan, or are we talking about what's been presented and approved, not approved, what's been presented and reviewed as part of the final master development plan? That's my question, because drainage issues now with the mass grading plan are compliant with what was approved. And again, what they've shown tentatively at construction plans, I will do a page by page review of the drainage report to ensure that it is compliant with city code. So I guess that's my question is, are we talking about now or later?
Yeah, understood. I'm just trying to understand where that's, was the drainage problem as these residents, they're living it. So was the drainage problem caused because of this development or was it always a thing and now it's just been exacerbated, that type of situation?
So let me ask, we currently got a motion and a second on the table for a declination. And Does your motion and your second remain on the table? You wish to rescind your motion and your second? There we go. That is proper order. Is that correct? Very well. So with that being said, at this point in time, I'm looking for a motion in regards to this item on our agenda. Since that would be a motion for approval, not positive recommendation. Motion for approval, and then a second. Motion for approval, subject to staff comments. Commissioner Armstead, second holds to that, subject to staff comments. Motion and a second for approval, subject to staff comments. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? So approved.
Chairman, just one comment for the record for all the neighbors that are here. I, again, born and raised Mount Juliet, been here my whole life. This is what I'm here for. I am a local developer, a local engineer, and I want to produce projects. I spoke today actually with Mark Hinesley in the chamber about why I started this company here. There was comments about a previous firm. I did not design Nicholsville. That is not a part of my track record, if you will. I do agree there was some things that happened in Nicholsville that were problematic. The intent of this particular project has been and still is to alleviate all the problems that we had been presented with at the beginning. I do think that we added extra buffers. We should, at the end of all of this, we'll fix all the water will not be going towards those houses anymore. It will be going back towards the large pond down towards Lebanon Road. But I just wanted to say for the record, that's who I am. That's what our firm is trying to do. And I am at this point begging because Commissioner Giles and staff has shared, I think, most everything complaint-wise that comes from this site, which is a lot, and I get that. But if and they give them to me, and I have answered, and I think he just forwards them back out to people. But my name and my number, and my email and my address, everything is on these plans, and I welcome you all that have particular problems to reach out to your commissioner first of all, but then I would be glad to meet with you at your house. Whatever it is, specifically to the neighbors that I think 513 and 515 have been very rude to us completely. We were not allowed on their property. I don't know why. We are attempting to fix all these problems or help with all these problems. And I would rather people not jump on the bandwagon of hating development and come out and see if we can actually fix whatever your problem is, if indeed it is a legitimate problem. So there's no hostility on our side. I'm just trying to develop, as good as our client wants, something that would make our city a better place and let previous owner, Ms. Howell, use her land how she wanted to and still, abide by the regulations at hand. So thank you for letting me say that. And again, I'll be here the rest of the night. I have a couple more things. So,
Let me go ahead and mention in lieu of that, open the floor back to Commissioner Giles. Tell us again real quick while we're here on record, your meeting is here
It's next Thursday at 6 p.m.
Next Thursday, 6 p.m.
Isn't that right? It's 6, not 6:30. Right. No, it is 6. Yeah. It's 6 o'clock.
6 p.m.
in here.
Okay. Wanted to make sure we
Get
that out.
The people in Nicholsville that comes up next to that property loans or anybody in Nicholsville. I will start an introductory and then our city staff will take it from there and go through the presentation.
I'd like to see real quick, we're 2.5 hours in here real quick. Any objection taking about a 5-minute quick break here? Any objection from staff? My apologies, we'll be very quick. Give us a 5-minute recess. We'll reconvene our meeting. let me put my microphone on and say that one more time. Now it's 9:02 and 30 seconds. We will re-adjourn our planning commission meeting. Thank you all for the quick break right there. We promised to press through and get everybody home in a good time. So our next item up on our agenda this evening is also falls underneath final master development plan site plans. Item 10C is review the final master development plan preliminary plat for Triple Crown Phase 3, Section 1D. In phases 4 through 6, located off Triple Crown Parkway. Ms. Jill.
Hello. This is a continuing work in progress with Triple Crown. Most of you that live here know that this has been, this was approved back in 1997. They've had work continually going on in this subdivision since that time, with some of the latest approvals we've had as of 2021. This property in its whole is 114 acres. It's on the west side of Catalpa Drive and north of Pleasant Grove Road. This is just an extension of the existing neighborhood. They are in compliance with the preliminary master development plan that was approved back in 1997. There are no violations of the PMDP. This new FMDP and preliminary plat is going to provide 176 single-family homes. At a later date, they do intend to include 70 condos, but that will come in at a later phase. Those were, as John said, those were in the original PMDP as well as an approval. One of the improvements upon the PMDP was they were originally approved for a minimum square footage lot of 5,500 square feet. The current average minimum of the lots now are much larger at 8,000 square feet, so that is an improvement with that overall. One of the nice things too, for those of you that are here, and unfortunately we lived through the tornadoes, there was only the one means of ingress egress out of Triple Crown. And that posed a very, very major safety problem for first responders. One of the improvements with this is there will be two means of additional ingress and egress, one to the, through Kelsey Glen via Patty Drive. And then there'll be an additional means of ingress and egress on Dogwood via Pleasant Grove Estates that will dump you out onto Pleasant Grove Road. So that way, we now will have three means of ingress and egress for this subdivision, which is a massive improvement. And we're very thankful that they've included this for safety reasons. Other than that, the plan is in substantial compliance with the original PMDP. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer those, but we just ask that you approve it with the conditions as provided in the staff report.
Very well. Shane, Public Works.
I'll be working with the developers and their engineers to try to straighten out roadway culverts as they build their proposed roads to ease maintenance concerns, since that will be the city's maintenance responsibility to make sure we can actually maintain, any type of brush, trees within roadway culverts. We're going to have them revise building envelopes to avoid stream buffers, and staff does support the steep slope requirement, which are existing slopes of 18 and 20% and greater to build foundations as long as they are in cut conditions. We do support that. Roads, I'll hand it over to Todd.
This is a little bit of a new situation where they are requesting variances at the FMDP. Specifically, they're requesting variances to the subdivision regulations, which, as we saw last year when we amended those, are the sole responsibility of the planning commission. So it was our opinion that they probably can ask for variances at the FMDP level. As such, they're asking for cul-de-sac variances for both length and unit count. On the grounds that Secretariat Drive and Road A were supposed to connect, and they have run into hardships with TDOT, TDEC, where they've been asked to reduce stream crossings. So they're asking to exceed units on Secretariat Drive, and they're asking to exceed allowable length on both Secretariat Drive and Road A. They're also asking for lots fronting a residential collector. Our code really doesn't allow that. there's a clause that we can waive it if all lots exceed 100 feet or more of frontage. But that will also require a waiver from y'all.
Very well. Thank you. Questions, comments from the commission?
I just got a question on that point. Were they standards when this was improved ultimately in 1997? Did we have though? I mean, I can't remember them. Maybe we did.
It's hard to say, though. The easiest one for me is lots on a collector, right? Because we look at the rest of Triple Crown and there's no lots fronting a collector. The cul-de-sac lengths and whatnot, I've got no way to know. I'm holding them to 25 units being our latest threshold, up from 14 when we amended it last year. But if we had any guidance at all in 1997, it's almost impossible to say.
Commissioner Jones?
The lots that you're referring to, are they over the 100 feet that you're talking about?
On the plans in front of you, no, but I've talked with their engineer. He does feel they can configure the lots in a way that they can get to 100 feet.
Okay. And they're in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay.
And as long as that's a condition of approval, and it's currently written in the staff report that way, they would be held to that at construction.
Good. Other questions, comments? Commissioner Rast?
Just a concern, and I'm sure representation will come up, but these would be the only 6 lot on that entire road I believe that's Secretariat. The only ones that have access or direct access to the road, which is kind of odd to do that way. So we'll get to that, I'm sure. And my other concern is, I understand what TDEC asked or requested, but to not connect those 2 cul-de-sacs seems just like a way to get some extra lots in there, especially in phase 3 when it's already, beyond what we would deem appropriate, and then adding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more lots to that cul-de-sac.
Or that same blue line that came up on that 2 projects ago.
Yeah.
Commissioner Jones?
But I think originally though, and I understand, but I think originally they didn't have as many ingress and egress in there. So we're trading, to me, that's a safety aspect that we need. And I appreciate that in there. I think that's important. So, I would much rather trade that for that and myself, because we went through the tornado, we went through this freeze other week. So hopefully we won't go through nothing else anytime soon.
Let's go ahead and call representation. Name and address for the
Nashville. Representative on the property here, civil engineer record. Just want to add a couple little things. On the east side, Road A, there will be a temporary turnaround for the cul-de-sac on Road A until the condos come in. So we will make sure that that's maintained. So the variance for the length is really mostly for Secretariat. We are committing to making that road 24 foot in width per the recommendation from Todd. Another point that was brought up was the residential lots on the commercial road. We have already figured out a way to make that work. We rotated a few lots to front them on secondary roads, and we made the lots that remain on the collector 100 foot wide. We did pass that along to staff, so we are committed to making that change. That's all that I had, but I'd be happy to answer any other questions that you have.
Just question as far as the hardship of, I do appreciate the additional connections and everything else. We folks in Kelsey Glen, I'm one of them. We knew about that, that it's coming. But that one stream crossing that you're avoiding, you're still going to have to add another one when you put in the townhomes.
That's right.
I'd feel much better connecting those two cul-de-sacs up, provide a little circulation and better access to those additional ingress and egresses. I know you'd lose some lots doing it, but
I think we would actually gain lots. The problem was a couple of years ago, when we were taking the CDs through, we were forced into an individual permit situation. And one of the steps you have to take during that process with TDEC is show that you are reducing impacts wherever possible. That crossing was the sacrificial crossing to get them on board with hopefully issuing that permit. It was a direct request from TDEC to reduce impacts. But to your point, also we are at the allowable units, so making that connection or not wouldn't sway the numbers either way. But I do hear you. We're kind of hamstrung with TDEC right now.
Further questions, comments? I guess I got just one. The construction traffic is going to run through Triple Crown. Is that right? Perfect.
not through Kelsey Glen.
We can put it through Kelsey Glen if you prefer.
Yeah.
I heard amendment.
Yeah.
Don't want to hear
that. Very well. See no additional questions or comments. Let's go ahead and open it up for citizen comments. Any citizen wishing to make comments, welcome and encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. See no citizen comments at this time. I'd like to ask for a motion in regards to this item on our agenda.
I'll make a motion for approval with conditions that's been stated, and also for the comments, and I guess that would be a condition on the 100-foot, at least the minimum 100-foot
Reconfiguration of those
that
lots
they've
to Secretary.
already provided to planning, if I understand it right. We have that, correct?
John or Jill?
We have that.
Bless you. Bless you. Yeah. That's great.
Y'all have those already.
Rework of the lots
for
that
the
Kyle
condition?
spoke of.
We
Did you get them?
don't.
Okay, but you will give them.
Okay.
It'll show them.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Motion and a second for approval, subject to staff comments. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? So approved. Next item up on our agenda falls underneath the site plans. Item 11A is to review the site plan for National Health Care located at 10645 Lebanon Road. Mr. John.
What we have before you here is a 64,100 square foot rehabilitation center at the location you specified in District 3. Oh, that can't be District 3. Or maybe it is. 120 beds. And I think this plan was excellent. They built very little comments from us planning. They are asking for one waiver from the design standards, and that was for a 40% masonry, 40% masonry and 60% secondary materials. And now this building has a courtyard area. I am okay with hardy board in that area. It won't be seen from the outside. It's the courtyard. It's enclosed. For the rest of the building, the outward facing walls, I think in keeping with our standard, more our precedents that we've established with other such projects, 60% masonry and 40% hardy. Flip it, they're requesting 40% masonry. I would be more apt to support 60% masonry on the masonry. Obviously, it's no vinyl, no metal permitted. And let me take a look through the conditions here. There was not much.
John, is that a typo in the waivers and variances?
No, that's correct. That's
So you say masonry and 40% vinyl.
Oh yeah, that's that meant to be no vinyl. Yeah, it's yeah. Sorry. Got a lot of those today. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Staff supports 60% masonry and 40%
Hardy,
concrete fiber wall.
yeah, concrete fiber, no vinyl, no metal.
Okay.
Not the interior courtyard, not applying to that. Let me see what else. Yeah, all the comments that we have are pretty minor, standard stuff for a site plan, and only 10 of them at that. So staff does recommend approval. I think this is going to be a nice facility.
Well, thank
you.
Shane, Public Works?
We have minimal comments as well, but I do want to touch on a couple of our major ones. You'll notice within the plan set that this development is not proposing detention. The reason that is due to its proximity to the creek. They will have to provide a timing study to show that they can get water off their site faster than the creek rises. You don't want to add water to a high creek. That just makes it worse. So, and a detriment to the site itself. So they'll have to show that the water does indeed pass through the creek before it rises. And typically within the lower 10% of the basin, which this is right, sits right at the creek, it's good guidance, good engineering practice to assume that, but they've got to show that, and that'll be presented at construction plan review. We've also included a note, there is floodplain in the area, that they stay out of it to not slow down their permitting process, because they would need a map revision or clomer, and impacting the floodplain. Like I said, any development, we try to avoid that at any cost, just due to the fact of the FEMA process. And sewer availability was requested and granted. I know people have been asking about line capacity issues on the north side of town, where this development will be tying into sewer. Line capacity is not an issue. The line capacity issues are east of this site as you approach Benders Ferry Road. So they've got capacity. They're not proposing detention, and they'll prove that at construction plan review. And we've asked them not to impact the floodplain in any way. I'll hand it off to Todd for any transportation road comments.
Please, Todd.
This development has 2 points of access, one at the signalized intersection of Lebanon Road and Park Glen. They're adding a fourth leg to that intersection. So signalized access, that's great. And then there's a second access, more so to have 2 points of entry to the site off York Road. We've had many conversations with them about how emergency vehicles are going to access the site. It does make the most sense to take Lebanon Road and take the signal. So we're not as concerned about York Road being in floodplain because there's still plenty of access to the site. The Lebanon Road access will require an access easement. It is technically on the adjacent property, but it is my understanding that that property owner is more than happy to let someone else build his new driveway.
Sure. And
he will derive access from that as well when he comes forward with that property. They do still need their TDOT permit. That will be required before they can break ground. I expect that to look very similar to what it looked like when this was proposed to be the hardware store development. So likely adding a right turn lane on Lebanon Road into the site. And a signal modification plan will be submitted with construction plans.
Questions, comments from the commission? Commissioner Jones, please.
Just FYI, it's not District 3, it's District 1, and the commissioners are Giles. I was going to say it needed to be thrown out because of that, but you know, I'm just kidding you.
Does it say that?
Yeah.
I guess I got one comment.
Please.
You know, it's not a bug, it's a feature coming out on York Road. I've seen York Road cut off by flood. How many times in the last 20, 30 years? And, you know, this whole area, York Road could cut through here to a stoplight because that little wetland right there at Highway 70 and York Road has flooded and cut York Road off 10 times since I've lived here. That's a feature.
Please.
Funny you brought that up. I was having a conversation with Mr. Eskew during the break. The pavement depth here is essentially in line with our residential access street standards. So traffic on this road, cut through traffic, is not an issue as far as like wearing out your pavement. But I do caution that this is private property. There is no access easement that's going to require them to keep that connection available to the public. That is a change from the elders plan, primarily because this is a single user on one site.
But in a flood, they probably wouldn't mind.
I would guess. And
Wouldn't be very
given-
popular.
That wouldn't.
Yeah.
They've given no indication that they intend to close that for any reason whatsoever. I'd just be remiss if I touted that as a publicly available roadway when it isn't. It is a private drive.
So let me ask a quick question myself. I see the Lebanon Road entrance and the connectivity to the parcel to the east right there. There's still a corner to the west. Is that joint ownership, or do we need to plan for any connectivity? It looks like there's still a little piece down there. Probably a half acre, maybe an acre. It looks like it's within the boundaries of this property owner.
That
Did
we're talking right there.
Yes, sir.
That's currently part of this property. If it gets subdivided off, it would access from the access easement.
Off of this
Off of this
Spine
new
Road?
driveway, the new leg at the intersection. It would not access from Lebanon Road.
So looking at your, talking about standards and whatnot, I know we had like the Wawa entrance and right there. If that develops, it looks like this entrance, you probably have a little bit of heartache with. Do we need to address a potential stub out at this point? That we are kind of dictating, you know, a four-way, Todd, per se, right there, and then kind of drop that southerly. That may change your queuing up a little bit, it looks like, but seems
Yeah,
like
so we already have the four-way internally with the stub out to that parcel to the east. If, you know, and I guess I'd recommend let's extend that easement to include the road north of what that out parcel would be. So if it does develop, they could access north and then do a couple right turns to get to the signal.
Yeah, because it was looking like if I came in off 11 Road and I wanted to access the property to the west, this corner right here in question, or that I'm asking about, you're gonna have to cross your striping and everything else, very similar to that Wawa that we looked at earlier. That's gonna make, now this one doesn't have raised beds or anything that we're gonna have to mitigate through, but nevertheless, if you access it, you're gonna access through all of the striping and everything else to get to this point, or you're gonna really drive that traffic really internally into the site that is the living facility, where it seems like this would probably be a good opportunity to dictate that for them so it develops based upon what you want now versus them coming in and requesting that stub or the accessibility, 50 feet in, where you're having to access that site to the west in the turning lane versus the striping right there. So that's just kind of my question right there, because normally we see something like this, which I love this. Sad about the hardware store, because that would have been nice up there on the north side. But I think this is just a great balance, harmonious with up there, and having something like this. This is, you're Davy Crockett on this. You're pioneering to do something like this on this side with proximity to the ballpark and everything else. So I want it to see it work long term and everything else. That would be just making sure that you're okay with how that parcel, that little corner that is common ownership will access right there. Make sure that you're okay with it.
Yeah, I really wouldn't want to shorten that turn bay at
Yeah.
all. So I'd almost recommend removing those 5 parking spots immediately adjacent to that intersection
And accessing up there.
extending the access easement into there.
You want them to go that far into the site to access that though?
There's not a great other option.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was looking.
And it's hard to plan access for an out parcel that doesn't exist yet. But it's not spaced very far from the signal.
Okay. Perfect. Questions, comments from the commission? Let's go ahead.
The turning lane required to go through.
That's a great question. It was a requirement of the elders development. Based on our warrants at signalized intersections, no, it is not. However, while we adopted a TDOT manual, it is not a TDOT standard, and they might require the right turn lane as part of the permit to access the state right away. They've required it with the elders, Ace Hardware development at the same site. This is a much lower trip generator. Yeah. But that's in TDOT's hands. So we would not require it on our own.
There you go. Fantastic. Let me ask for representation. Representation would like, welcome to come speak to your project. Name, address for the record.
Jake Porter, Heritage Civil, 2055 North Mount Juliet Road, Suite 204. Just sorry, I'm trying to track some of these questions here. Chairman, to your comment about the access easement, if there's no plan to at this point, but if that little piece does turn into an out parcel at some point, they come back with a final plat. At that point, we would need to establish, to your point, an access easement and those access points at the final plat. So to Todd's, what Todd was saying about, it's hard to say what would be the best right now, but the final plat comes through. If that ever happens, then I think that would still give you the opportunity to analyze. Maybe at that point they would know what it is, but so make that point. The access or the drive is not intended as on the elders project we did prior to this one. That driveway is not the same as that one. It's not serving 6 or 5 or 6 out parcels. It's just serving this facility and the neighboring property. I think at the original tech review meeting, we were discussing whether to connect to York Road or not. It doesn't do this facility any, it doesn't help us by any means. I'm not sure that it hurts us either. But again, it goes back to the community feel as far as we understand that York Road floods, and it floods more often than we care to have it do so. And not sure that there's really a way the city can fix that at this point. So there's been a design drive to carry any emergency access or emergency service for those neighbors in the back to get out during one of those events. For our variance, we are requesting the material waiver for 40% primary materials and 60% secondary materials. The intent for this facility, and I know you have the elevations on one of the back pages there, is, and I'll try to describe this as best I can. I'm not an architect, but somewhat of a modern farmhouse, a little more conservative than that. But if you look at that picture, the last thing I think I would say is medical facility or commercial or whatever it is. It looks very homey, very modern, white farmhouse, which is kind of that vibe, if you will, down York Road. So they're trying to stay within that kind of aesthetic. going more than 40% to brick and stone and less hardy. I think that you could keep, it's just the higher you go away from that, it'll change that imagery that you're seeing in front of you. I mean, if that looks good, that's what 40/60 looks like. If it goes 60/40, it'll add more brick and stone. I think that they're okay with changing some of those things, but that's the intent. The intent is to have a very nice, again, I'll say a homey look, a very nice non-commercial medical looking building. Another comment that was put on, planning's comment was put on the staff report that we received this week was about requiring sidewalks across Lebanon Road and York Road up to, and we want to officially or formally request a second variance or second waiver to that, to not include those sidewalk up York Road, specifically because, as Shane just spoke a few minutes ago about, that whole corner is floodplain. It's all FEMA controlled. And I know, I'm sure every single one of you has driven down York Road or seen it. There's guardrails on both sides and it drops off down into that floodplain area. So can we add a sidewalk? Yes, that is very possible. Can we do the FEMA required work? Yes, it's very possible. Can we build a bridge and bridge that? Yes, it's very possible. Is it necessary? It's, I guess, again, up to everyone here to decide. But our request is to not have to go through all that process just to put a sidewalk on a road that I'm guessing here, but based on the previous project we worked with the hardware stores, that not many people down York Road want much more going down York Road. So we're requesting that sidewalk be waived. As far as the component of that one about Lebanon Road having a sidewalk on it, there's already Lebanon Road already has a sidewalk in that area. So that is should be accomplished already. I believe I answered all those questions that brought up. If you have any more or have any comments, questions, anything else I can answer, please feel free to let me know. Thank you.
Well, questions, comments from the commission? Commissioner Johnson.
So on the sidewalk issue, Jake, there, and while that's an added expense to do, you're talking about assisted living where these people can get out and walk. And I think the health benefits of maybe having another way to come through there and walk and come back up would be beneficial. It may just be me and I might be one on this whole commission, but I think that would be beneficial of what this is. So, and while the people on York Road may not get any use of it, the people in that facility will. And who knows, some of us may be in that facility someday. So that's, I just think about that.
I think we also see the benefit of, again, I agree whenever they put the comment, I was like, I know it's part of the code as well to add sidewalks on your frontages, but some cases, and I think I have the precedence stand was for it's next to Vintage Wine down there on Lebanon Road, Jam Enterprises or something. I think they had the same issue there.
Is it the same slope?
Up against the river.
Is that the same slope as York Road?
And we'd have, yes. And then for that stick down there in that flood area, it is. And again, the problem for me from a design standpoint is the city allows me to go 3-to-1 slopes, which is fairly soft. That is what's standard for geotech and stability. I get that. But those slopes right now are much steeper than that because that's just how they have been forever. So the amount of area and amount of room you're talking about having to go, I guess it would be curb and gutter, Shane. I'm not real positive what would the curb and gutter and then a gap, or are you going to put a sidewalk behind it? Regardless, sorry, specifics. You're going 7 or 8 feet, just going flat, and then you're going to drop down at 3-to-1, probably 15 or 20 more feet to get down to the bottom. At that point, you're disturbing 30 feet of wetland, or I'm sorry, not wetlands, FEMA floodplain and the creek that's going through there. We already know that I know everyone here already knows there's flooding issues at the ballpark, across the street at the putt-putt and everything like that. So, again, per Shane's and Public Works' stance, I think we're with them. If we can not touch floodplain, that's, you can't create an issue if you don't mess with it. And I just assume leave it at that if we can. But
what about this, Jake? I was looking right there. If we gave you the variance to not do it on York Road, looks like you're danger close on the internal portion of your site for connectivity on your internal sidewalks, particularly down the west side looks to be the only place that we don't have connectivity. There's just a couple places on the north, I'm gonna call it northeast side, but internal connectivity of the sidewalks to create kind of not a greenway around it, but a path internally within the site, should they want to do that. Maybe just some internal sidewalks instead of everything that would have to be done. So you could,
somebody could go outside
and you
and
can
walk
walk
around
around
the
the building.
facility, just like a lot of your employment, businesses will have that. I know one of the main companies I represent, they do that at the home office. They've got a track light type thing, which this would be a sidewalk. It's the same
And this is
thing.
more, is this home, not home health, but is this proposed assisted living or is this?
It's skilled nursing. So it's a skilled nursing facility, and I'll look back at developers here that it's very medical. I will tell you that. I'm not the best to speak on that. Andy, if you'd like to come,
I'm thinking of like
give a general.
my father was at home health. This looks similar to Old Hickory Home Health Care out there. And they did rehab.
They go through a very, speaking a little bit on behalf of them, they go through the very distinct and I think cumbersome process of getting these facilities approved through the medical side because of healthcare, because of funding, all those things. So they're very specific in what they do and what they're allowed to do, where they're allowed to go. So he'll give you a better breakdown of what it is. Sorry about that.
No, that's great. That'd be helpful.
Yeah, I'm Andy Clark. I'm with National Healthcare. Glad to be here tonight.
Thank
you. Forward to moving forward with this project. 100 East Vine Street, Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I want to read what the definition is for the state. Is a SNF, a skilled nursing facility, considered a healthcare facility in Tennessee? And the answer is yes. A skilled nursing facility is considered a healthcare facility in Tennessee and is regulated by the state's Department of Health, which licenses and certifies various healthcare facilities, including nursing homes, another name for skilled nursing facilities. SNFs provide intensive medical and nursing care, rehab services, and medical supervision for patients who cannot function independently after a hospital stay. We also offer rehab services for those that have accidents or hip replacements or all sorts of things, and they need temporary stay for occupational rehab, speech rehab, things like that. Kind of tie that in with the sidewalk issue. We have no problem putting in sidewalks. It's a matter of where they go and how they function, how they serve. Of course, our partners that operate the facility, as well as the patients that stay there. Most of the patients are not going to be mobile, ambulatory. However, the rehab portion, that would be a great use. So if we can get them outside, we have courtyards that are already designed. But if we can have additional sidewalks for connectivity for our partners, we're always looking for ways to do things like that.
I like that.
It's a good trade-off.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay.
Because someone's child, or someone's, family member might come and want to
certainly
push them around or something just
Certainly.
to get out. So I think it would be, it would be really good.
My father was at a facility similar to this, the Life Care of Old Hickory. And this kind of reminds me of the courtyard concept, and it's kind of what I thought that this was as well. I like it. I love your location. So
Well, we're very pleased with it, how
Yes,
it's
sir.
come together. We love the support from the city. You guys are outstanding. Jennifer has been over backwards to help us find the right place, been very supportive of the project all through the process. Nothing but great things to say. So thank you.
thank you. Yes, sir. Commissioner Rast?
I'll add some personal notes. My mother's in an independent living facility, and she has just that. There's a path around that any time of day you can see folks going around using that path. I realize it's a rehab, but that's a great idea. But I understand what you said, Commissioner, but I wouldn't want my mother anywhere near Cool Spring Boulevard. Around the facility, amen. And these folks probably even in worse condition. I wouldn't want them going up and down York Road. I'd want them out on the facility and,
I like
and
the
supervised.
I think it's a great alternative.
So no real questions, just comment.
Are you guys okay with staff's recommendation of the other variance request on the facade at Staff's recommendation staying at 60-40 versus your just the opposite 40-60.
Yes. Sorry, I will say yes, and I spoke to John earlier. I don't think that the ordinance actually covers that courtyard area, but just if you want to codify 60-40 on the exterior,
sure,
facades, and that courtyard will still be
it's
hardy
to
and
what
nice
everyone-
materials. It just won't be the brick and stone per se.
Gotcha.
And they will work with staff on where that sidewalk in there should go. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Further questions, comments from the commission? Thank you, guys. This time I'd like to call for citizen comments. Any citizen wishing to make comment, welcome and encouraged to do so. Even though we know you, name and address for the record.
I've been here before.
Yes, sir.
Don Eskew, 101 York Road. Okay, they've answered some of the questions. One of them, we asked very much so to leave the trees that are on York Road. Leave them there. They make the maximum width buffer that it's a can and D 20, 50 feet, whatever it is, the maximum is can be width. Just leave what's there. There's a good growth there on the east side of York Road. Just leave it there. All the comments we've heard earlier about the other thing would be avoided. Just stay away from, just leave it there on the side. They wouldn't have to take anything out or put anything back, just leave it as it is. And the traffic light, I found out when the church lot wasn't included, John, they told me at break that the easement be there to get it traffic to the traffic light. That the internal road, when Yorkshire is populated, will be cutting through there to make a left turn on 70 highway. You know it and I know it. And just hope they can build that road to where it'll take that. It won't make it a mess. They know they may be required to. Maybe they will do so. Make it easier for those. Because York Road does flood. It gets 2 inches below the floor joist in our house on when it big floods. That's when the York Road floods now, that's what it does. Our brick house right there off York Road. And how are you going to get the water off of there before it gets to the creek, before the flood comes down the creek? I don't understand how that's going to work. I understand what it's supposed to, but how it's going to work.
I didn't understand that either.
And one more thing they might not have found yet, going back to R.C. Wright, when he owned that, he granted an easement to the York family to go across his property when York Road floods, and it's still there. You look up the deed from R.C. Wright in 1960. Bobby may know about that.
I know about that, yeah.
Okay, sir?
Have you used it?
Okay, and that easement for life is still there. So okay, probably can't do away with that.
Excuse me.
But this access road will probably, this road across there will probably cover that. But you can look it up. I thought I had the deed at home. I looked real quick before I left. I go to the courthouse. I'm sure I can find it. It'll still be there. So we leave the buffer on the side, and the traffic lights address issues, and hopefully it'll be a way to make the road enough where to take care of that when Yorkshire gets populated. So that's the main things that we're concerned about. What kind of timeline they have for construction? I haven't heard anything about that yet. And the sidewalks, York Road does not need any sidewalks. We own on both sides. We own the property behind this proposal and on the other side of York Road. We own both sides of York Road behind this. It's not going anywhere. You've heard that before. Luke, you've heard that before.
Yes, sir.
So there's we don't need any sidewalks for a few yards there. We had this discussion on Yorkshire in the back. There's no need for it. So,
Art's your city commissioner, but you could be mayor of York Road.
yeah, well, I'd like to meet Mark afterwards. I haven't met him before. I'd like to, if you got a few minutes, I can speak to you afterwards.
Yes, sir.
I've been here before. So. Okay, that's our main thing. It looks like enough to might be a decent thing. Just those two things, primarily leave the buffer on York Road. That's the biggest thing I see from the comments tonight that the law's been addressed. Just leave that buffer as it is. Okay. No cost to them. It's already there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eskew. Commissioner Jones?
You know, that easement, I think we need to discuss that. Is that, Jake, are you aware of that? And is that road going to be on that easement? Will that take
The road will not follow that easement. I can almost guarantee that the odds of that were very unlikely. But we will find out where that is at. And again, if the whole point of it is to provide that emergency access,
I
then
mean,
that's the purpose.
okay,
of
but it's
this.
beyond where the building and stuff would go.
It's it's for safety issues because it flooded so bad and it has been used, believe me. You had to
Well, I
use it.
I
Get
didn't
out.
want to, I just wanted them to make sure since he
Yeah.
brought that up, because I mean, I didn't know that. And I just think that, you know, you want to at least address that where it is on the property just for future. So
But
that,
I'm more willing to carry it out with Rick and family in a canoe across there to get out one time. Many years ago. It is going to be flooded.
Further, Jake, do you happen to know what timeline to potentially start? Should it be approved?
I'll look back to Mr. Andy again, but again, at the medical.
I'm
part
sure
of
it's
this plays a little
regulatory
bit of a-
things that.
Yeah, a little bit
you
extra.
Gotta get through.
I can definitely speak to that. We'd like to move quicker rather than later. It's all market conditions. This is a $30+ million investment. So there's a lot of timing involved with the land purchase, the documents, the actual construction. Best guess right now is if we have approval here by our board sometime this year, we would be open sometime in 2028.
Thank you. Further questions, comments from the commission? Let's go ahead and open this. Any more citizen comments? Already open there? Wonderful. Close our citizen comments, at which time I am looking for a motion in regards to this item on our agenda. Motion, hang on real quick, motion for approval.
You got all of them.
With all
Subject to staff comments. Would you like to include and grant the variance for no sidewalk on York Road?
Yes.
Would you like to include a comment to internal connectivity of the sidewalks on the site?
Yes. That the staff will work with them on.
Staff will work with them on. And that would be a second by Commissioner Armstead. So motion and a second. Would you also like to include trying to preserve as much greenery and trees along York Road as just a comment to staff?
As long as they can enforce it.
Yeah. If there's anything that we can do.
As much as they can do. But yes, that
Very
does
well.
as well.
Very well. There you go. Motion and a second. It's motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? So approved.
To be honest with you all, it hadn't flooded.
That filled in a hurry.
It hadn't flooded in probably
that's true.
5 or 6 years, maybe 8 years.
It's true.
Since
Been a
it's
minute.
flooded down there.
Been a while.
It used to flood every time it rained. But I don't know what changed it. But it don't flood as like it used to.
May I comment?
Please.
One of the things that changed it was when they put the bridge in on Lebanon Road, when they put that bridge in there and put that in. And I also want to give credit to our Public Works Department because we have so many people in the city sometimes that says, oh, all this new construction is causing this flooding. Let me tell you, the new construction is decreasing the flooding in our city because of the stormwater maintenance that is applied in our city. And they've done a masterful job of it. I live in Woodland Place. That whole bottom has been flooded. I moved in there in February the 14th of 1989, and there was a chest of drawers floating in the lot next to me, going through the guy's house where he is now. And we evacuated that day. It scared me to death. Never seen anything quite like that anymore. And then that bridge was done, and we've got all the things that we've done in the city through the years. Thank Public Works for what they've done at the stormwater maintenance. That's my opinion, but I really think that's true. That's where it is.
It's very true. South
Yes.
Dewey Road by Robinson Park, where they box culverted, widening Mount Julie Road, it cleaned up flooding all through Clearview. It really helped. That's good.
All right.
You just have to put a fence in every time it rains.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Next item up on our agenda falls underneath preliminary plat. It's item 12A, is to review the preliminary plat for Tate's Landing located at 212 Paul Drive. Mr. John.
Sure thing. This is You might remember this as the development that they killed the variable lot subdivision option in our zoning ordinance. So the last one we'll ever see of that. This is just the preliminary plat following up after that concept plan that was approved. It'll be the last one you ever see. That's a variable lot subdivision. 17 lots, and comments other than what you see in the conditions from the concept plan have been addressed. So staff recommends approval. All the usual suspects in terms of comments and conditions are addressed, and if they're not, they're in the conditions. Thank you.
This goes through Nichols Vale, doesn't it?
Connects
Yeah.
to Watermark.
Yeah. Well, one of, okay, it's not, I'm
Let it change.
I'm sorry, I tried.
Okay.
Right.
Check Public Works.
Comments are minor in nature. They listed it below, it's kind of like some of the other ones we've had tonight. So we recommend approval with our comments, general and minor in nature.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, and I'm sorry about it because I called today because of this, wanting to know if they had asked the HOA in Nichols Vale because they're using their streets. And I had forgotten that those streets are public streets and it had been planned from before. So I wanted to bring that up. That's why, because I wanted to know. And that's something y'all would sign off on, but apparently it's nothing that y'all can do about it, so.
Question?
That's about amenities, staff requested additional amenities for the
Yeah, they've added a walking trail. It's not, for the size of this particular development, I think that would suffice. There's not a lot more regulation that we can point to force anything else like we discussed earlier. Even more so in this one because it's a straight zone project. It's not a PUD.
Commissioner Rest.
Just a couple questions, Shane, and I see it's on there, but the 10-foot raised walking trail on either side of that one leg, what was the motivation behind that? Usually that's on, larger facilities, longer facilities. Just wondering why that came to be.
It's a great question. And it actually brings to mind a problem that I completely overlooked, similar to what we had in Triple Crown. That stub is classified as a residential access street because it stubs to an adjacent parcel. Our code requires that. And they don't get waivers or variances because they're straight zoned. Which means they don't get access to that. Or if they do, those lots would need to be 100 feet wide.
Okay.
And that I completely overlooked that when this was coming through tech review.
And
that's a great catch.
Not a fan of that. And then even the walking trail connects through the cul-de-sac to those. There's not a place for pedestrians around the cul-de-sac. It looks really odd. Usually you expect a walking trail along a corridor, like, some of the other developments that are proposed, but this one really seems odd.
Maybe ask for representation, speak to this as well. Yeah, please, name and address for the record.
Jake Porter, Heritage Civil, 2055 North Mount Juliet Road, Suite 204. So this is a bit of an odd, to the point of connection to Nichols Vale. I actually believe there's a sign at the end of this street that says to be extended by authority of Mount Juliet. That was part of their PUD way back when. The thoroughfare plan, I believe, shows a road going down to Tate property, which this is 10 acres of. It gets a little bit, to Todd's point, it's a little odd. It's 17 lots. do we need to be classified as a residential collector going north-south for these lots? No. But is the future intention of the current thoroughfare plan to connect to Tate Lane? Yes. So if you look at the cul-de-sac that's to the south is a temporary cul-de-sac in nature. It's not meant to be there forever. It's meant to continue. And I understand that it usually takes years to happen. So I get that. The reason that they are 10-foot side or 10-foot walking trails on the sides of that particular street is that Todd, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's an option for residential collector. So that the standard residential collector for the city is a 5-foot sidewalk, 6-foot grass strip, 5-foot bike lane, pavement section, bike lane, and then the same other side. So bike lane versus walking trail. We figured this is more of a walking trail area than people riding their bikes in the road. But again, I'm not sure that it matters to us. It was just the thought of, as this goes further south someday towards Tate Lane or wherever it winds up connecting, having that would be the main thoroughfare that would have those walks on the side instead of, or I guess in lieu of the bike lanes.
Yeah, I think until then there'll be a lot of people scratching their heads wondering what it's doing there, for sure. Okay.
That's your question. Got it.
Again, one of those things I don't like, but I understand.
Yep. Further questions, comments from the commission? Todd, please.
I'm sorry. The whole residential collector thing does need resolution because it's against subregs to have lots fronting a residential collector. It's the same situation we were dealing with Triple Crown. And I apologize to Jake. I should have picked up on that when this was coming through tech review.
Todd, I thought we had talked about that, and I don't know that code part either. I know you had mentioned it once to me, but there was some percentage of houses that were allowed to be on that residential collector, and this met that was where we were at. Because the only other way to do is an alley load, which doesn't necessarily function for 3 lots.
There is a clause that allows a certain percentage of your frontage to have a certain percentage of the length of your collector to have frontage. However, the way that reads leads me to believe, because it uses the word anticipated volume, and with this stubbing up a property line and it being in the major thoroughfare plan, that anticipated volume is going to be higher than what's just generated by this development. But also at this point, I'm not even sure they can't just get a waiver from y'all. I don't know at this point. It's just a subreg.
So we would basically need to grant them a variance.
Essentially, which is why it's a residential collector in the first place. It's because we weren't going to grant variances because this is a variable lot subdivision and it's straight zone, not a PUD.
They did. Commissioner Giles has a question on something else.
So that south, the cul-de-sac, that south down there you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
What is on the plat where there's nothing there, and then you've got that cul-de-sac at 12 and 13? Is that supposed to be a stub? Here's they're already coming through Nicholsville to get in here. We don't know what's going to get here. Is that stubbed off on the plan? Was that originally stubbed off in this part?
Yes.
In Nicholsville or whatever? Because I mean, we don't know what's going to go down here, and we don't know what's going to go through their subdivision, even though it's public streets. I'm a little concerned with that. I understand ingress and ingress and why we need it for emergency services and et cetera, but at some point, where is it going to end?
This one, well, Todd, I'm sorry, do you have your computer? Do you have ability to pull up the thoroughfare plan?
Yeah.
And show them that? Is it? Sorry, I'm.
So the future transportation plan calls for collectors essentially connecting Nichols Vale with a future collector that extends to Benton Douglas, which is the street opposite of North Green Hill. And that is proposed to extend all the way down to Tate, essentially bypassing the section of Tate Lane that's not a street.
So that was originally planned.
On the thoroughfare plan.
So
Yeah.
there's two separate plans.
Right.
There's the future transportation plan, which is what calls for the connection between Benton Douglas and Tate. And then there's the Nicholsville PUD, which called for the stub. So we're kind of trying to mesh the two here, right? Like they have right to access via Nicholsville. And they're stubbing to the south to meet the intentions of our future transportation plan.
So why is the cul-de-sac in there instead of a stub?
Because they're required a temporary turnaround.
Okay.
Based on the length and number of units.
Emergency services is the main driver behind the temporary cul-de-sac. And again, we use the word temporary, meaning
I understand.
to be extended eventually.
We had the same thing come up in Kelsey Glen down there at the end, and that right, and the sidewalk didn't go around it, and it was supposed to, and then it was broken up, or it didn't get, because we didn't approve that, right?
It got put back in. It's in now.
Okay, so was that one the same way as this? I'm just getting, I know we've got to have connectivity, and I'm all for it, but I'm just wondering if another piece of property couldn't connect to get over there, because there's a lot of connection in Nicholsville. I mean, you've got Lebanon Road, you've got Sunset, you've got, it's, so I don't know. And now this is going to be added to them. I don't know. So I'm just concerned. I mean,
With the additional traffic through Nicholsville.
Yeah.
Is there any way to provide a walking path, like not a really walking path, but away from the southern walking path up to that 10-foot path? I mean, I know it's
So
temporary, but
fire code, or I guess it's ISC, I think that's controlling it, just requires a 46-foot radius, 98-foot diameter turnaround for fire trucks.
Right.
So this one, if we take, I'm not saying take the curbs off, but if we have it so that trail just, like you say, bends around, or we can put ramps down to it, there won't be curbs there regardless. You'll be able to get off of it, walk through the cul-de-sac, get to that other side.
okay.
Or that would be the most direct way. But if you have a problem with walking through a cul-de-sac, then you can stripe around the outside or something. Again, it's all kind of it is an odd, and I don't disagree. It's an odd thing. It's up to me. You've seen where we're connecting on Watermark. It's just a road that drives into the trees. And
yeah, it's good.
Okay.
I'm good.
Sorry. Todd, can I ask you?
We go ahead while we're figuring this out. Let me call for citizen comments on this item. Any citizen wishing to make a comment are welcome, encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone, name and address for the record. Trying to keep us moving.
Hi, I'm Dana Sayre. No, you're fine. I'm the HOA president for Nicholsville. And I know tensions are very high with some of the citizens in Nicholsville. Before we purchased, 15 Collette Court is my address.
Thank you.
Before we purchased our home, we talked to the Tates, and Tate said, we're never going to sell. We've been here forever, 7 generations, whatever. We're never going to sell. So obviously we were a little surprised when we heard about this. Our favorite thing is sitting on the back porch, looking out through the forest, and that's not going to be there anymore. And we understand the price of progress, and we live in an area that's growing. So our biggest concerns are for the neighborhood itself, over traffic coming in and out of there. We have a lot of people speeding through there now. We get lots of complaints from the people who live in the neighborhood, and it's just going to be more people coming in and out of there. We do have where you can make a protected left off of Benton Douglas, but a lot of people, want to go out the front of the neighborhood, and then when you've got Elliott's Preserve coming in on the other side, there's just going to be a lot of traffic. So I would like to mention that maybe I don't know if there's a way to put a traffic light in down at the front of Nicholsville if we're going to, keep routing traffic through there. And then the other thing I would say is, we've got the amenities in our neighborhood, and with this connecting to it and them not having any amenities, that's a concern for some of the people. They've, reached out to us and said, hey, are they going to be using our pool and all of this kind of stuff? And obviously they're not part of Nicholsville, so technically they're not, but it's going to be up to us to police that and have to tell them, no, you guys can't do that. So those are my call outs on it. And the very last thing I would say is if there's any way in the buffer, because I know that there's got to be a 20-foot buffer at the back, if we can try and preserve some of the giant hickory trees that are back there, if there's, not sick, whatever, just so that we can keep some of the forest back there for the people who are going to back up to this neighborhood, that would be really appreciated.
Cool. A question for Sam real quick. Can we make a condition that when they submit their HOA agreement, that the HOA clearly define that this is not a part of Nichols Vale HOA or subdivision? Can we make that a condition where that needs to be part of their HOA agreement itself?
I would say that we could ask them to do that, but there's just very limited things that we have.
So I feel the way it's going to be marketed by a realtor. Oh, it's Nichols Vale. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right.
They'll say it, but I mean,
Yeah.
Custom Gardens is never going to.
But
yeah. To our sales.
But mortgage companies require you to present the HOA documents, prior to closing and whatnot there. So, just like people don't look at their legal description before buying a piece of property to realize the easements and ingress, egress, and things around their property. But you should read those prior to purchasing, as you should read your HOA agreement, because that's really the proof in the pudding of what you're truly owning at the end of the day, not your sticks and bricks, but you buy the land as well, and the land can come with certain conditions and covenants.
Are these 17 homes going to have their own HOA?
They would require, yes.
Yeah, the intent is to be, again, not to be hostile by any means, but it's to be completely separate from Nichols Vale. It's a standalone piece that just happens to tie to what was built to that property to access it. The amenity, so the amenity is the walking trail around the pond and up and down the access there, which, I'm sorry.
Common area maintenance.
Probably maintenance, the HOA, they haven't established dues or anything like that, but there's not much to maintain. The dues wouldn't be hundreds and the essentials. The point of the HOA is to provide the documents like they're talking about. And I think I got a nod from the developer that is something that is, yes, we can put that into there. Do not use it in Nichols Vale. It's not a part of this. It's not our subdivision. This is separate, I guess, if you will.
So buyer beware. You put it there. They probably don't. They probably don't. Yeah.
We
Christian
passed
John.
where they have to be. We passed where they have to be street lights. Remember, that wasn't that long ago. Last year I brought that. And so even though that's public streets in there, those lights those lights would be there, correct? And their HOA would have to pay for the lights?
Would this require that, John, Jill? this require the street lights?
But the HOA that they're having, we're talking about an HOA would have to pay for those lights. So that's one of the things that the HOA would have to pay for, as well as the liability on the property and hopefully D&O for their board. Hopefully, I know anything, they better get it. I mean, insurance, everybody knows, so.
So do we have the collector issue all good?
They pay for the lights.
The electricity.
All right, Todd, do you want to comment on this collector issue
Yeah,
that we're trying to
so-
overcome?
Shane pinged me and said, these are subdivision regulations. You guys can waive those.
Okay.
Obviously, Sam, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, but
Yes, that is true. You can, but there has to meet 4 conditions in order for you to grant variance to the subdivision regs. It can't be detrimental to the public safe, health or welfare, or injurious to other property or improvements. Number 2, conditions upon which the request for a variance is based on unique, or that's not a sentence. For a variance is based on uniqueness of the property. I think that's what that's supposed to say. And then this is the big one. Because of the particular physical surroundings, shape, or topography of the specific property involved, a particular hardship is created and it cannot be self-imposed. And the last one being the variance will not in any manner alter provisions of the land development plan or the road plan.
So
I don't meet the criteria?
I would say the third one is a tough sell.
There's no burden caused by the property. It's self-imposed. We've done that before.
can I throw something out for you?
Please.
Having a residential collector dump out onto a access street is completely backwards. I would argue it would make sense for us to grant a variance for Road B to also be an access street. That matches the classification of Watermark Way. And that would be a unique circumstance from their surroundings. And I'm just thinking that discourages this from being the main connection from Tate up to Lebanon Road in the future.
Choke them down.
Exactly. I don't know if that meets all of those criteria, but
So I think at that point, the hardship would have been created by the previous project coming into the site.
it'd be created by Watermark Way being underclassified based on what it should have been.
Yeah, I mean, if
I'll agree with you, Todd. If the accepting road is a lower, I call it lower quality road than what's being dumped into it, then that doesn't make any sense. And I think if we do grant that, then that would, if Jake, I don't know how tied you are to these 10-foot trails, but it would allow you to remove those. And
I was going to mention it would, if you
Make
don't
more
like the
sense.
10-foot trails, it would help. It would take the section back down to 5-foot sidewalk, 6-foot grass, less awkward trails.
Todd's point makes sense to me as far as it works.
So technically, it's not even emphasized on the property, but Nicholsville didn't follow our plan at all. I'm just trying to find the intent. No.
Is that greater than our ordinance?
Do what?
That where we,
No.
It's really not an order. Not
It's
yet.
not. It's not.
It will be.
So
I'd rather have a match with some Nicholsville now.
yeah, that's true.
But getting rid of those 10-foot trails, they don't make sense.
Are we kosher?
it seems like it. I'd recommend granting a waiver to allow Road B to be an access street.
If you're asking me, we're kosher. Sorry, my opinion doesn't matter.
I got another question.
Commissioner
Who
Jones.
maintains the sidewalks in this, the HOA?
No.
No, they'll be in the
Because
public
it's
right of way.
public
They'll be part of the
streets.
public streets. To which point the sidewalk is going to be more durable than a walking trail in the very long run, but ultimately the sidewalk would be a more durable option than pavement or asphalt.
So
I think we got an answer.
theoretically, right now, if we were to grant a variance, the variance would be to Road B to become a access street, and therefore removing the 10-foot trail being replaced with the 5-foot sidewalk and 6-foot grass strip. Correct. Okay. Very well. Any additional citizen comments? Try to keep us going. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns from the commission? So many times when you revisit.
Well, if we are gonna have to keep up those sidewalks for the city, from the city expense, and that's what we're doing right now, trying to minimize our expenses. And because obviously, you know, there needs to be, I think, if we're gonna have to do the sidewalks, they need to do some kind of path somewhere in there. So have both of them. Don't they have room for that down there on their space? They've got to have so much green space, don't they?
It's a 10-foot path. Well, you already got your path.
Well, I thought you said you're taking the path away.
No, this one up here.
Around
Yeah, on both sides.
and
Just
replacing
replace it
that
the
with
sidewalk.
sidewalk.
Yeah.
So how does that connect over here then?
You run across the street.
Or are you gonna get on another path?
Well, there's no open space. You
Okay,
have private
okay.
ownership across the street.
Okay.
Commissioner Giles, that point is where we said we would put ramps down to the asphalt, so it would be a smooth connection at the future development extension of that road. Those two sidewalks that asphalt comes out, the sidewalks will continue south. There likely would be a crosswalk there to cross over to that trail connection. So it would ultimately have the connection. It's just the cul-de-sac fire code makes that a requirement.
So
to
these
turn.
people up here, like 7, they're gonna have to walk on the sidewalk to get over here and then cross over the street to get on the half circle trail. But you're gonna still keep that in there.
Yes, the trail that goes down to the southeast corner is staying.
And the HOA can choose to use that green
Yeah, I
space
know.
for whatever they want.
All right.
And we do have a sign called out specifically, temporary dead end road to be extended by the authority of Mount Juliet. So I will point that out to every person I ever see coming in here because that is the least hard. I hate that for everyone because
That being said, I'm looking for a motion in regards to this item.
I'll give you a motion for approval with some help with the conditions. With the waiver to become an access street, removal of the 10-foot pass along access street and replace them with curb and gutter and sidewalk.
That's your variance.
That's the variance. Road B is an access street, 5-foot sidewalks, 6-foot grass strip. Yes.
That's your variance.
Okay. Are there any other conditions that we?
I'd like to second it, and I'd like to add the condition that the HOA agreement include paragraph sentence, something that just includes that this is not part of the Nichols Vale HOA or community. The way we've done everything we can to make sure that they're aware of separation.
So amended.
So I got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Abstentions? So approved.
thank you.
Getting late, Luke.
Yep. All right. There's a reason why some of these are at the end of the agenda. Next item up on our agenda is a recommendation item back to the Board of Commissioners. It's item 13A. It's an ordinance enacting a 1-year moratorium on the acceptance and approval for multifamily residential development in the city of Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Mr. John.
This is an ordinance brought forth by a commissioner. It's already been through one hearing at the Board of Commissioners where it passed that first hearing. It must go through Planning Commission as well. And that's all I have to say.
I'm sure Public Works has no comment.
No.
Yes, I kind of thought that was going to be the way. Commissioner Giles, do you want to shed us any insight on this one? Very well.
I added up we did tonight concerning homes and units provided. We have tonight 792 units. 305 single families, 70 condos, 417 townhomes. So that's quite a bit we've done tonight, according to the numbers that are in our package. So that'd be a good time to think about that. I was thinking in terms of schools and students.
I'll make just a few brief comments out there that are, should this go through, my question would be, what is your goal and your objective? And that's the main thing that I would have when you enact something like this. It's very rare that a city take upon a moratorium upon itself. The second is, how is this quantitative? So if you do something as significant as this, how are you going to measure? How are you going to know? How are you going to know whether or not it works? What do you gain if you enact anything, you do anything? If it's immeasurable, where's your value in doing something? Everything should have a measurement. How do you measure the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of this? Could be your residual result on it. My other comment is, as we also saw tonight, which Linda pointed out, everything's coming through here as a PUD. And as it comes through initially as a PUD, if I'm incorrect on this, Sam, as a PUD, we can turn a PUD down just for coming to us because it's a RM16. And we have a right to turn it down. So if we feel like it doesn't need to be here, whether or not PC gives it a positive recommendation, gets to the BOC, to me, it could be shot down just as easy. I'm going to turn you down because you're RM16. And then you can get away from the potential of a moratorium out there. Those would be three initial thoughts I have out there. As we also included out there, in what we did approve tonight, there are a significant amount of road improvements and off-site improvements. So if you shut this down, who's paying for it? Taxpayer burden, as Commissioner Giles just spoke to right there. We're trying to reduce the impact of the taxpayer burden without having to increase taxes. If the development is not funding and being the body and such to do that, guess who's paying for it? So those would just be my words out there for that. And I do believe that some of our multifamily could have better placement. And so versus a moratorium, I think it would be an opening of a land use plan and looking at somewhere where we move that, because some multifamily can be really good, because what some multifamily does is, in the right placement, becomes good planning. And good planning is connectivity, walkability, and everything else. And that gets your cars off the street. That relieves your traffic. That relieves a lot of the headaches and the things that people are coming at me about, as well as I'm sure each and every one of you guys here. And so those would just be my comments towards it is what do we gain and what do we get? Make sure that if something this significant should go through, that it's measurable, that there's something to gain. If not, you could also argue the ineffectiveness and the long-term residual effects of a decision as significant as this. Those would be my comments. Let's see.
I'll just echo your comments. It's got to be measurable. What is the desired outcome here? We don't know what that is.
I don't.
And it's past the first reading. I'm not sure what our opinion matters that much anyways if it's already past the first reading.
Formality.
Yeah, I don't want to sound defeatist, but
or we can defer it.
Yeah.
Sam would be angry at us. Please, Commissioner Franklin.
You know, one thing that gets me about this is probably the reason that multifamily was added to commercial mixed use originally, if you remember, it was to leverage commercial investment into Mount Juliet when we couldn't get any. And we were trying to do anything in the world to get commercial development. So we said, hey, you know, if you'll, yeah, okay, a little higher density, bring us some. But in looking back, I'm not sure that ever really worked. I mean, we did get business, but I think 4-lane highways and new roads and interchanges and improved roads probably got the business. I'm not sure that any of this did. And to me, trying to leverage business in with multifamily, it kind of is trying to skew the market a little bit in a way. It's trying to tell, hey, maybe we need more business, but will the business work, or are we bringing in business to compete with business who came in here kind of realistically? I mean, is the whole mixed use concept still as valid as it was when we first started it? And so for me, you know, I mean, we can either vote to pass, you know, recommend, non-recommend, and make some suggestions. If I was to make a suggestion and go ahead and pass this thing, it would be, hey, why don't we take a look at whether or not we want to keep on doing it this way? I mean, multifamily near an interchange, when 70% of the people are going to work their way to an interstate, right? That hadn't changed. But if we put one on the other side of the town, then we're just going to, 70% are going to go right through our infrastructure. You know, that's more important than whether or not we do it or not. To me, it's where we put it. And that would be my comment.
Kind of where I was going with that is this the right mechanism in order to control it in the best form and fashion? And that's the reason why we're appointing. Technically, you're elected and you're wrong. Further discussion, questions, or comments? What happens if we don't make a motion? It automatically passes, doesn't it?
We don't have any citizens comment.
It's like everything else. It automatically constitutes a pass, right?
Right.
Yeah.
TCA says we have to.
Yeah. Let's call for citizen comments in regards to this item on the agenda. Any citizens wishing to make comment are welcome and encouraged to do so. Please come to the microphone, name and address for the record. See no citizen.
If we voted for this, it passed, it's not gonna stop our neighbors from approving, and they're gonna use our roads. I mean, 109 up there is doing like this right now. In which direction do they go when they leave from up there? This way. So, I mean, we're not gonna stop it.
Smyrna, Antioch, every all of them coming up South Mount Juliet Road.
Yeah.
Murfreesboro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Well, if anybody would like to make a motion,
I'll probably make a motion for a negative recommendation.
Second.
we gotta tell why we're doing it.
no, in this case, you don't. That's a motion and a second for a negative recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising their hand. Aye. Against? Abstentions? This is a negative recommendation. Next item up for the record too, Tyler, just so they get it in verbally in case you ever got to verbally review these for the record. Commissioner Giles was absent from the previous vote. Next item up on our agenda is item 13B. It's a recommendation item back to the Board of Commissioners. It is to review the updates to the Planning Commission project submittal fees. Ms. Johnson.
They really have not been updated since 2012. We are looking at updating these fees. We have been for quite some time. We're just trying to bring them in line to the amount of time, effort, the concerted effort that's put forth by a multitude of staff. that equates to what is put into these projects and the reviews. It's not a pat on the back. It's just we're trying to be in line with the amount of time spent if you did it on an hourly basis and so forth, and spread it out amongst the staff that's reviewing these, because there are a multitude of people that touch these plans, and it's not just a one and done. You know, we have multiple meetings before it even gets to you all. So we just feel like we're being fair and consistent across the board and just providing a quality product for the development community.
The before, what it is now, because I really,
It's in the back.
it's on the
It's there.
website.
It's in the back.
Yeah.
It's in here. It's a little convoluted, but it shows you.
The blue is the new and the red is the old.
Right.
How
I did
does,
look at it, but I didn't.
Jill, how does this compare to our peers?
We're very middle of the road.
The end result, should all this go through?
We are middle of the road end result.
How we compare to Lebanon?
Lower in some cases. A lot of the cases we're probably pretty consistent, but I would say these are fair fees for what the amount of work that's put into them and what all we do. I feel I could lay my head down at night with these fees and know that we're not trying to take anybody for anything. We're just trying to be fair and consistent with the amount of time that we're utilizing into these projects.
Sam?
I didn't get that. I didn't get that in my packet. Sorry.
That's okay.
I just wanted to add, I understand why you might be asking that question, but my direction to staff was also, we shouldn't, well, comparing to other cities is a good starting point, just to make sure you're just even in the same arena as them. It's not really the end goal. You have to compare what our salaries are at our city, what our process is, which might be different than other cities. So it's definitely not a direct comparison, as we have to be able to justify ours, not what other cities do.
In my profession, we're only behind Williamson County and what it costs. City of Franklin is where we're only number 2 to currently. So this may put us the highest in the Middle Tennessee market out there. That's the reason why I encourage us to look, because that also equals potential moratorium. Is what that can also send that signal out there too, to just make sure that we leap, because there's someone here, I'm like, golly, that's just so low. But then there's some out here that's like one of them, which we do see frequently. What if it's a 1 acre lot? All they want to do is build a house on it. They need a land use plan amendment and they need zoning. 2,000.
Think that's actually something we did look at specifically on this. There is, you get a PUD amendment, and it's for the road, but the fee was based on the acreage. It's a 300. It's totally out of line with the. It doesn't match up. It doesn't make sense. So that's been corrected in this. And to Sam's point, we really did take a look at thought. The thought process was how much 9 commissioners, 5 board of commissioners, how much time goes into each project, and they're adjusted to that accordingly.
Yeah, that's what I'm just looking at, is some of them also cover that big PUD amendment, but then as well, where that balances out makes sense. But it also relates to the individual half acre guy or the 1 acre guy that may need to do the same thing, that all of a sudden goes from 250 to $2-3 grand all of a sudden, just because he's dancing. There's no, maybe a few of them could be looked at and say, hey, let's cap it at a 1 acre site. So for residential or stuff out there, I thought continuing to go up on some of those where it's not as intrusive, there's not as many eyes, there's not as many people on that. But if I just want to have a down zone, we've seen a few of those of recent where they've down zoned and whatnot, that it's not going to, I hate it for them. I mean, it devalues your property some, but at the same time, it becomes just more expensive for them. Just trying to think about the little guy out there. Yeah. Mr. Franklin?
Well, I want to compliment you on your concept plan, keeping it cheap. I think we see far too few of them, and if developers really want to reduce their cost, bring in concept plans, doesn't cost that much. And then you don't waste a lot of people's time. You don't waste your own money. And then, you know, if you get a warm and fuzzy, you can come back and write some big checks. I mean, there is another way to look at this. By the way, we recently took $1 million out of our budget a year out for the taxpayers in Wilson County by shifting stormwater burden of all the fees. Making the stormwater department just one little department, but it's $1 million. And before that, the taxpayers were just paying for everybody's stormwater fees. So now the development community is, and I think that's what you're trying to do.
It's crazy how low some of these were. It's been how long?
The last I could look that I noted was 2012.
You forgot about COLA.
We've met with some resistance in the past, so you just have to kind of temper it as the time sees fit.
Well earned. Y'all do a fantastic job. Further questions, comments? Let's call for citizen comments. Seeing no citizen comments, like to look for a recommendation regards this item on the agenda.
Positive recommendation.
Second.
That's a positive recommendation and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Against, abstentions? That is a positive recommendation. All right, hang tight. We got two at the back end. Next item up on our agenda is item 6E. Item 6E is to review the final plat for Legacy Point at Golden Bear, lots 13 and 14, located at 205 Bear Crossing.
Yeah, we
I believe each member of the commission has been provided a updated copy of such. Questions, comments?
None. Nope.
Please, John.
Yeah, you've got the correct plat. There's something, you know, some assemblage of the packet. This item was from last month. We had another Legacy Point this month. That was a staff review. So, yeah. Approval with the conditions listed.
Questions or comments from the commission? Shane, anything from Public Works on this one?
We recommend approval with our comments.
Very well. See no questions or comments. Let's call for citizen comments. Seeing no citizen comments at this time, I have to close our planning commission meeting in order to open a public hearing. Public hearings in regard to item 6A, read the final plat for Legacy Point at Golden Bear, lots 13 and 14, located at 205 Bear Crossing. Anyone wanting to speak during public hearing can. Seeing no public comment at this time, we'll close the public hearing, reopen planning commission meeting, at which time I'm looking for a motion in regards to this item on our agenda. It's a motion and a second. Commissioner Armstead. Motion and a second. All those in favor, signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Aye. Against, abstentions, so approved. Next item up on our agenda is item 6J. Item 6J is to review the final plat for Griffiths Creekside Estates located off West Division Street. Mr. John.
So to answer the question from earlier, it should have just read the preliminary plats already approved. Once again, we used a template and we didn't delete that and add a preliminary plat has been previously approved. That's all. So recommend approval, condition.
Very well. Shane, Public Works.
Same as planning.
Very well. Questions, comments from the commission? Seeing none. I think this is also, yep. I need to close our planning commission meeting in order to open a public hearing. Public hearing is regards to item 6J, which is read the final plat for Griffiths Creekside Estates located off West Division Street. I wish to make comment during public hearing. Welcome, encouraged to do so. See no citizen comments at this time. We'll close our public hearing. We're open the planning commission meeting, at which time I'm looking for a motion in regards to this item on our agenda. Motion, second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Against, abstentions. At which time I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Motion, second. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Aye. Against, abstentions. We are adjourned.
Yeah.